Check, check. Hello. Hello. morning, everyone. I hope you all had breakfast. We'll start with the event. Just to do a quick introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Parth,
And I'm Tarun.
and we are going to be the hosts for the next couple of days. Just to begin with, uh, first of all, thank you so much for turning up in big numbers. Frappe events are getting bigger and bigger every year. Um, So welcome to the Frappe Build event in the IT Hub of India, Bangalore. We did our first Frappe Build event in Pune last year, which was a big hit. And we thought of taking it to other cities as well. So here we are in Bangalore. Thanks to those who are already a part of the ecosystem and have taken the time out to come for this event. And those who are new, very warm welcome to you guys as well in the world of Frappe. Trust me, it's going to be a fun ride.
Yeah. So the next couple of days are going to be full of learning, talks, and interesting, meaningful conversations between developers. We have hundreds of developers here, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities for you guys to connect, learn about new stuff. Before we start, we have a couple of rules here. Let's put our phones on silent mode so we don't disturb people. Apart from that, we have no crosstalks. Let's listen to the talks. The speakers are here to speak. And we can take the questions up after the talks.
Yeah, so before we start with the talks, with a quick announcement, we have flash talks scheduled at 5 p.m. In case any of you want to give a flash talk, you can register. The QR code is over there. You can just scan the QR code. You can register for your flash talk, and we can give you a slot. Now, to begin with, without any further ado, we'll start with the first talk. The topic of the talk is meaning and grammar. I know the title is not self-explanatory. We'll have to wait for the speaker to come on the stage and decode it for us. And the speaker of this talk, he does not need an introduction. He is someone who who laid the foundation of Frappe and played a very big role in where we are today. So yeah, please welcome on stage the founder of Frappe, Mr. Rishabh Mehta.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can we lower the lights? It's just in the face, so I can see. Yeah. So thanks everyone again for coming to Frappe Build. Thanks Parth for the introduction. So usually we start these events with a round of introductions, but then we realize that's going to take an hour. So we'll park it for some of the other, but just basic, some show of hands, like how many are here at the first Frappe event? Oh, nice. There is I would say almost 30%, which is interesting. How many non-developers? Okay, a sprinkling of non-developers, maybe 5-10%. And how many are here for ERP Next? Okay, again, maybe 15%. Which is interesting because last build event, I think we had a lot of people who are very interested in ERP Next and not Frappe framework developers. Great, so my job here is to do some big picture thinking, and I'm here with a very pretentious title to my talk. And this is an exploratory talk. This is not something I've done, but I thought I should do because why not? Because here, so the idea of this event and what we do in this community is to build things, right? Which is engineering, creating things that have utility to users, to customers, to whoever. And our life mostly evolves around how we can do that job better, how can we build things better. And the focus on the build is of engineering is on this thing which is what I call grammar, right? Which is our syntax, our code, the way we lay out our code, the way we write tests, or we do how we name variables, how we write functions. This is all kind of grammar, and that becomes the focus of our craft. What is the most beautiful function you can write, or the most optimum function, or the most beautiful looking screen that you can build. And in our day-to-day lives, I think we are just so involved in fixing grammatical errors that we don't really think about like, what does this all mean, right? And this is the other piece, right? Like, can we come out of the grammar and think about the meaning? Like, what are we doing here in the first place? And this is a talk that, just some thoughts I'm going to throw out to explore the meaning of what we do, what we've been doing for the last 15 years as a company, as a community, as software developers. And so I think if you want to really zoom down the whole idea of meaning, I mean, if you just zoom it out from the universe, right? Universe to our planet and to human civilization. Like, we are all part of this chain of events that keeps on happening. And if we look at our current profession, which is software engineering, I think a good place to start is the modern world. And I'm going to go in a bit of a history lesson. So, like, I want to, for myself, understand like what this modern world is and how did we reach here, right? How did we all become software programmers or people who build and use software? So if you go back to history, and this is like what you see now is my interpretation of history, some history based on a lot of Wikipedia reading and a lot of other random books that I've read over the years. But the current society we live in some ways was laid, the foundations of these were laid in the Renaissance era of Europe, right, which is the 15th century. And most historians will say that the invention of the printing press in Europe, the movable type, Chinese had presses much earlier, but somehow they were not widespread. So in 1440s, very interestingly, one of our customers has an office in this Mainz region, and I had visited this press. I had seen this museum. So the invention of the printing press in 1450 was a seminal moment, and it gave rise to this whole idea that knowledge is now disseminated to people. Like, imagine a world without books where knowledge was only available to a small number of people. And within like 50 years, according to Wikipedia or some quote, like 20 million copies of the Bible were printed. Like, the first book that was widely used was the Bible. And I think the big innovation here was to use these characters. It's called movable type. Like, you have the characters, they are broken into these small blocks, and you can assemble these blocks and create a page. And now you can print pages very fast. Like, imagine before this, people had to write, like every book had to be written by somebody. Like, it was a piece of art. But now suddenly you could have a machine that prints books. And that a lot of people say led to the dissemination of knowledge and created a knowledge society in Europe, at least to start with. The other important milestone is this French philosopher called Diderot. How many of you have heard of Diderot? Okay, few people, good. So Diderot compiled the world's first encyclopedia. And the very interesting thing about this huge document, which he himself contributed 7,000 pages, was that it was a secular document. So imagine a world where all your knowledge is based around religion. And suddenly somebody comes out with a document which is huge, and it tries to compile all the world's knowledge just on secular basis. And as you would expect, like, Diderot was prosecuted in his lifetime. He never became successful. But his work survived and laid foundation to this entire body of knowledge, which we call science, which is based on not somebody's version of truth, but what is observable truth. And I think Yuval Harari says this really well when he says science is the discovery of ignorance. So when you think about religion, like, religion claims to have all the answers, like what happened before, what happened after. But science says that we don't know these answers, right? And this very small thing, that the very fact that we are ready to accept that we don't know is what laid, and then that gives rise to curiosity. Okay, if I don't know, then like, what can I do to find out what works, what doesn't work. Okay, so this, we'll fast forward a bit. Okay. So now this is 1750s. Also in the late 18th century, steam and coal started to become very popular as a source of energy. And Britain famously had wet coal, means they had coals inside mines, but they were flooded with water. To flush out the water, they started pumping in steam. And then they needed ways to control the steam and to flush out the water out of the steam. And that's how the steam engines got invented in England. And I think in the year they invented the steam engine, England's production of steel went from 3 million pounds or tons to 30 million tons. Like they 10x the production of coal just by using steam engines, right? And one of the first industries to come out of the Industrial Revolution, and that gave rise, the steam engine gave rise to the Industrial Revolution, is the textile industry. And if you have read anything about Indian freedom struggle, right, like textiles was so central to the way our reaction towards the British imperial rule was by rejecting their textiles. Because, and even if you see like how industrialization happened, it happened to textiles. So while people were, so there were handlooms that have been through the ages, right, and then they started mechanizing the looms. But then somebody has to figure out like how do we get textures in textile. So this gentleman, Joseph Mary Jacquard, if I'm not mistaken, he created this idea of punch cards. And he realized that if I can somehow map the design of the textile using these punch cards, then I can reproduce patterns of textiles. And this was a very interesting idea. So this is how a punch card machine looks like. The idea is to create these patterns and produce textiles. So this image of Jacquard is a woven image. So I've put in a zoom, I've zoomed it in. So this was made using 24,000 punch cards. And this was a revolution, right? This revolutionized how now you could make textiles that were of very amazing patterns. And one such portrait landed up in the house of, an English mathematician called Charles Babbage. So Babbage was a mathematician, philosopher, and he got inspired by these punch cards. And he said like, wow, can I use these punch cards to solve mathematical equations in a repeatable manner? Because there is a lot of computation involved in mathematics. So he created this first programmable machine. So this is the world's first programmable machine. It was programmed using punch cards. It's called the difference engine. And Charles Babbage, I'm hoping most people have heard of Charles Babbage. He's considered to be the father of the computer. And so this was the world's first programmable machine. It had all the ideas that we use today, like sequential instructions. It had variables. It has conditional forking, loops, right? All these things this machine was able to do, but it was mostly solving differential equations. Interestingly, this machine was never built. Like I looked it up. Like he designed it, but it was built like 100 years later after his death. So he had the schematics of the machine, but he was not able to build it. But it worked. Like the whole difference engine worked. And one of his associates, Ada Lovelace. How many of you have heard of Ada Lovelace? Okay, few. So she was the world's first computer programmer. She was a daughter of a very famous poet, Lord Byron. And I think they used to have these parties where they used to talk tech, I'm assuming, or science. So they used to have these events where people used to come and discuss scientific ideas. And there's the Royal Society and a lot of other things. Like, so scientists also hang out, not all parties are about some things. But so this is probably the world's first computer program. And this is solving Bernoulli's numbers using Babbage's machine. And this was designed by Ada Lovelace. So she wrote a very long paper on this, on the difference engine. And in, I think, the 7th appendix, she made out this whole program with, you can see there are variables and, like various stuff, right? Working variables, result variables. So it laid foundation to this whole idea of a computer program where, you can plug in some things and you can get some output. So during this time, like Alexander Graham Bell patented the first telephone. I think there is a lot of controversy on who really invented the telephone, but this guy was the first to patent it. And he started the Bell Telephone Company, which I think has a huge outsized impact on how we look at tech today, right? Bell Labs, I'm sure, again, most people would have heard of Bell Labs. So this is how Bell Telephone Company really started, with a patent in 1876. I think in 1890, they were able to do a call from New York to Chicago. And there was a very interesting incident. Again, this is all Wikipedia. Like, the first demonstration of the telephone was Alexander Graham Bell, and there was a Mr. Watson sitting in another room, and he picked up a call, and Watson, can you come over? And then this guy walks over, and then people clap. I mean, people had never seen this kind of, like, how can you communicate to somebody who can't hear you, right? So, okay, 1890 again. The problem was the US census. So the 1880 census, I think, took 9 years to compile. And somebody said, like, maybe we can do a better job with machines, right? So now this whole idea of using punch cards and machines was kind of getting popular. And I think this inventor / entrepreneur, Herman Hollerith, he made this tabulating machine in 1890 to tabulate the census. And with the help of this machine, they reduced the time of calculating the census from 9 years to 1 year. So they were able to save 8 years of effort to tabulate the whole census using this tabulating machine. Very interestingly, like, his company got merged into this, in 1911, into this company called the Computing, Tabulating and Recording Company. And this became IBM, the world's first real computer company. I think this was in 1911, IBM got established. And yeah, you can see there the kind of machines they were selling during that time. Okay, so we fast forward a bit to the Second World War, and a lot of innovation happened around. So a lot of, again, you had mathematicians, like real problems to be solved, long distance communication, tabulating data. I think accounting started, one of the one of the early cases was tabulating accounting using these tabulating machines. They were not like full computers, but this is the world's first general purpose computer. It's called the ENIAC. Interestingly, this was made by the US Army to calculate the projectiles for artillery. So they were using these difference machines like the ones Babbage had made to calculate, how to bomb a particular, like they need accurate bombing. So they have wind and they have all these other factors they have to calculate so that the missile actually lands where it has to land. But these calculations were getting more and more tedious, and they needed a faster way to calculate, and not only all the artillery, but also the submarines, right? They needed computers that are sitting in submarines that could shoot torpedoes. So the US Army actually funded the world's first general purpose computer. And this was in University of Pennsylvania. So it has this thing called, so on the side, it has something called vacuum tubes, which are, from what I understand, used to just used for amplifying the signals. Okay, end of Second World War, very interesting thing happened is this gentleman called William Shockley. How many of you have heard of Shockley? Okay, few. So he's credited to be the inventor of the transistor, but again, there are a lot of controversies whether he was the inventor, but he claimed to be the first person who made the transistor. But he was a very controversial figure. He was racist, among other things, a very difficult person to work with. And he moved, so he was working in Bell Labs, Shockley, I think, yeah. And he had to help his ailing mother or grandmother in Palo Alto, in California. So he moved to Palo Alto and he set up the first semiconductor company. Called Shockley Semiconductor. And very soon after this, like all the engineers left because apparently he was a pain to work with. And they started this other company called Fairchild Semiconductor, which created the world's first integrated circuit in Silicon Valley, right? So that is how the term Silicon Valley comes. And I think so if you think about it, the action moves from mostly London, England, to East Coast of America, which is the New York area and Boston. And then now the action has shifted to California because of this one. And when you see, like, when there is a big shift in technology, like, I'm sure the New York people would have thought, why would you want to use silicon, right, in machines? And like these people said, no, we'll use silicons. And that changed history again. I don't know what is the connection, but I think this is one of those moments of human, I mean, I think the pinnacle of the post-Second World War boom that we had that culminated in this moon landing of 1969. I wasn't there, but I mean, we might see the first interplanetary journey though. 27, 28 is when Elon Musk is saying we'll land in Mars. But I'm sure this was a moment, right? I mean, you look up into the sky, you look at the moon and the stars, and this is now the realm of imagination, right? People have never imagined what it means to, like, what's even there. But somehow we reached there, right? Somehow we made those rockets, those technology, the science, everything, we computed the equations. I mean, there are a lot of movies, right, around the moon landing. First Man is a great movie if you have not seen. Okay. Shifting fast forward a bit to this, to the invention of the personal computer. So till now, the whole idea was that computers were used by governments and large companies, but like people had no use of computers. So the Altair 880 in 1975 is the world's first computer that was commercially sold. It was created by, again, inventor entrepreneur called Ed Roberts in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Very weird. And so this is how the first computer, like it had no display. It just had these switches and some LED lights, right? That is all. That is all you get. But then this sold out like hotcakes, because there was a magazine called Popular Electronics at that time, and the editor of Popular Electronics was very pro, so there was this whole idea of the whole Earth catalog and other things like in California, because now you are looking at the post-Second World War, where there is tremendous wealth in America. There is this whole hippie culture that you would have seen, like Steve Jobs. He came to India to do drugs and all of that, right? So people are living in this very utopian era that everybody is now going to get a computer and we are all going to become like these super people. And then somebody said, okay, let me at least try and make it. Surprisingly, people bought this computer, right? I mean, like, but the real innovation in personal computer happened with the Apple II in 1977. Like this is, I think for a long time, this is what computers look like. So Steve Wozniak was able to assemble. So this was the first computer that was that sold with hardware and software. So you could actually use it. You could run programs in it. This was invented by an MBA from Harvard University. So this person was looking at some lecture sitting in the Harvard University and looking at balance sheet and saying, hey, I need to put this on a computer somehow. And VisiCalc became the precursor to the spreadsheet, which became the first killer app for personal computers. Like now everybody could do, again, tabulating, accounting very fast using VisiCalc. Again, I'm skipping Palo Alto. I'm now coming to the invention of user interface. These were all invented at Palo Alto. And again, there is a lot of other parallel research that is happening. The mother of all demos, was that MIT? I don't know. But then, so we got user interfaces. Like computers before this were basically like your terminal. And then we got user interfaces in '84. In '91, a student in Helsinki decided like he wants to make so Unix was a proprietary operating system that used to run on expensive hardware. So he had two problems. One, he couldn't get hands on Unix, and it couldn't run on his 386 machine that was really cheap. So can you create a Unix for cheap computers? And that is how Linux started as a free and open source. I think the killer app, like the other huge fork in the road, why we are here. Okay. So I think ARPANET came, I thought I had some slides, but I don't have. So I think just before this, 84. Okay. So again, US government funded this intergalactic network. That there was a paper that said, we are going to create an intergalactic network of computers, right? That was the imagination. And that is how TCP/IP got whatever, that's how we define TCP/IP as a protocol where anybody, it's an open network, so anybody can connect at any point of time. You don't need to know who the nodes are of a network. So it's an open network, and that created okay, I don't have Tim Berners. Okay. I thought I had Tim Berners' photo also. So email came in, I think email came in the 80s. I had notes, sorry. So then in 94, the Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who then used this whole TCP/IP protocol to create a hypertext protocol on top of it, so you can actually share web pages. That was published in 94. The World Wide Web Protocol, which is HTTP and HTML, and the whole system of how we consume internet today. And Yahoo was the world's first popular website. This is in 1994. Search engines was, now people started publishing web pages, so how do you discover them? Google came in 98. 2004, we had Gmail, which is a very interesting for us because this was the first time you had an entire application running on a browser. Like before this, you had only server-generated code like PHP style, server-generated templates. But this was a full JavaScript application, and which we call single-page applications. That was Gmail in 2004. I was very inspired by Gmail to create Frappe framework, like as a single-page application where the application runs once, and you can write once, run anywhere, right? That was the original Java tagline, but it was finally JavaScript that was like write once, run anywhere. AWS Cloud came in 2006, interestingly. This was one of the early web pages that now you can, now we have internet, we can run applications, can we take away the whole pain behind hosting? AWS Cloud, by the way, today is $100 billion a year business with $40 billion in profit. 2007 we had another, 2007 was another big year in technology because we had so many inventions coming in 2007. iPhone again changed lives. We can't live without our phones, right? And then we are here at ChatGPT and the next big innovation. So yeah, that's what I want to leave you. I want to leave you in this reflective state of mind. And come back to reality of who we are, right? We are just some people in some, look at India, right? India doesn't show up anywhere. We are not even there. Now I know we are in Bangalore and there are huge buildings of, hundreds of IT, thousands of software companies in this city itself, which is the Silicon Valley of India. And we are mostly we are in our day-to-day, we are in the grammar, we are in the day-to-day, our lives, our simple careers, oh, I need a car, I need a house. That's the goal, right? But I think these people, the reason why we are here is because some people took some big shots in life, right? They decided, oh, maybe, this takes 8 years, can I do it in a year, right? Those kind of, the really big questions of life, is there a better way to do all of this? And that is opportunity. And just to end with, I say, what gives life meaning is death. When you really think about it, because if you had infinite life, you could have done everything, right? But the very fact that all of us are here for only a short amount of time, why not do something great? Why just live in the day-to-day and not think about big ideas? So yeah, that was what I wanted to talk. Thanks. So I know there may not be many questions, but if there are any comments or before we get on to the mundane.
Do we have any questions?
Or I'm around, yeah. There are a few products, but nothing that comes to greatness, right? Nothing that comes close to being changing. I mean, when you think of the big problems people solve, right? Oh, I want to talk to somebody in another corner of the planet. I can just pick up my phone and just call. I mean, that is such a huge impact. have we solved those problems? Like, have we in India solved any of those problems? Like, big problems. And I think there are a lot of problems. Like, if you look at the industry today, like, software is such a huge industry. It is full of waste. Like, it is full of inefficiencies. It is full of waste. The waste developers, I have a 10-year-old who's starting to learn how to write code. It is horrible. Like, writing code in 2025 is horrible because, you have to go through a bunch of hoops just to get a program running, right? So I think there are a lot of problems to solve. It's just that we have not put our sights on those problems, or we are so oblivious to them, and we're just accepting like our customer problems to be the end of the world somehow. But yeah.
Where do you place UPI in this whole landscape, or if any other product which you think India is like maybe distant second, but which one do you think is?
So you mean online payments?
Yeah, UPI I believe could be a distant second.
Could be. Again, digital payments,
Or
making
any
them
other-
cheap and making them ubiquitous. Yes, that's huge. And I think the big innovation there is like zero transaction fee, right? I mean, credit cards have this 2% transaction fee that all of us have to pay. So in that way, yeah, government-led innovation that created huge impact, I would say, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Cool, then thank. Oh, yeah, sorry, one more comment there. Yeah, just say loud. You want to get a mic?
Sir, actually, I'm coming from Madurai. Our company name is 3A Metals. Actually, our business is scrap metals. I mean, buying the scraps and selling the segregation and then selling the product. Actually, we believe that we will get the exact solution today and tomorrow. So that is why we have come here. Okay, we have a lot of questions. I hope this will be you will suggest you will support for this.
Yeah, we're here for 2 days. I'm thinking if you have any comments on what I've said so far.
Yes.
But other than that, I'm sure there are a lot of people who can help you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, we suggested to our management this ERP will be suitable for our business, especially for financials and managements and HR models and manufacturing and like this. So that's why
somebody will reach out to you from our team.
Yes,
definitely
yes,
we can help
yes.
out. You can reach out to a lot of people here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Yeah.
Hi Rishabh, good to see you again. Last time we were on the stage on the Frappeverse when we were discussing about AI, the for and the pros. As much as we like beating ourselves, and you started after 1800s. If you look at India before that, the human surgery, zero, all the astrology and the distances of the planet that we already knew before. Maybe the 200 years of slavery and being totally ruined by foreign forces, that is what pulled us really back. And now I think maybe now we are poised for the next inventions. Just my 2 bit that, we were great and we are now poised to do something great again. I think we have the brains, we just need to start thinking better now instead of getting the Western
That is a very
influence.
political discussion and I would love to have it. But but I would challenge it also. Like, if you look at the whole, if you objectively look at human history, like, yes, we have had some good shots, like the decimal system, some of these good shots, but several people have a lot of good shots, right? And our good shots are, okay, they're modest, I would say.
Yeah. So we need to be
But
great.
again, long discussion, but like I would urge you to look at things objectively from a very large canvas and then you see our contribution. It's not there. It would be very, very unfortunate if we said we were great and somehow we assume we are already great because we were great, but we have like miles to go, like miles and miles and miles to go before we do great. That is my view, political discussion again, but
Oh,
thanks.
absolutely.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Rishabh. That was insightful as always. Did you guys know that Diderot was the first compiler of the encyclopedia? I did not. Next up, we have Aditya Patil and Prathamesh. From the Commit company, they'll be telling us about the challenges and best practices that they discovered while developing a native app with Frappe.
No, it's not open. No, it was not there.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Aditya Patil.
And I'm Prathamesh Kurunkar. We are here from the Commit company, and we are here to talk about building high-quality native mobile apps with Frappe and React Native. This is going to be a talk about our journey while building the Raven mobile app. And by no means we are experts in developing mobile apps. We are building a mobile app for the first time. So this is more of what to do and more of what not to do while building mobile apps. So yeah.
So this is our journey building Raven Mobile. So we are the Commit company. Apart from Raven, we have built a few other libraries that surround Frappe framework and Frappe ecosystem. So we basically build developer tooling around the Frappe ecosystem, and these are some of the libraries that we maintain. And for those who don't know, Raven is an open source work messaging tool. It runs on the same server as any other Frappe app, and it integrates seamlessly in the Frappe ecosystem. And we are active on more than 360 sites on Frappe Cloud right now. And since we started Raven, we have always had a PWA, and it works just fine. Like it has complete feature parity with our web app. So why do we even need a native app? So there are many challenges that we face with PWA. So like a lot of people don't even know how to install a PWA. So and installing a native app is very easy. Like you search it on App Store and you just click install. But installing a PWA, it's not what everyone knows. The performance and user experience is also very different on a PWA. So the haptics, gestures, animations, they are a bit laggy. But on a native app, they run smoothly and seamlessly. And sharing. So a PWA is not a share target. So you can't share from one app to a PWA. But on a native app, if you set it as a share target, you can share from, for example, Twitter. You can share a tweet directly onto Raven. And on a native app directly interfaces with your device's capabilities like camera, microphone. And it also has like resource allocation, like CPU time, GPU time, which improve performance a lot. And also storage that can allow us for full offline capabilities. And push notifications. So on a PWA, push notifications, they work, but they are very rudimentary. So we can't show like a profile picture of who sent the message. Or we can't allow someone to do something directly from a notification. But if it's a native app, you can actually like kind of send a message directly from the notification. And also priority, PW notifications are like very low priority notifications. So if there are a lot of PW notifications, the operating system like iOS, they will like block notification. They'll consider it like spam. But on a native app, they are like priority notifications, and they always come on time. So that's why we build a mobile app. So here's how our app looks. This is our. So it is like a lot smoother and stuff. You can just move. So the tech stack we used. We are using React Native since our web app is built on React. So React Native was a lot familiar to us. And it later on helped us to make a lot of things in common. Then Expo brings a lot of stuff like it has developer tooling and a lot of libraries that help interface with native hardware. Like it has libraries for camera, like opening built-in document picker and stuff. And we are using Jotai for state management. We are using our libraries like Frappe React SDK, Frappe types. And SWR, it is part of our Frappe React SDK. We use it for caching data that we have fetched. And we are using native Wind for our UI. So we have faced a lot of challenges during this development. And these are the major challenges that we have faced. And we'll go through them one by one. So the first challenge was authentication and multi-tenancy. So since Raven is a multi-tenant app, since you are allowed to enter your own site URL, you'll have to enter your own site URL. So cookie-based authentication won't work for that. Because for cookie-based authentication, you need to have a session ID and stuff. And for that, you'll have to like whitelist the website URL, your Frappe server URL. That is just not possible since we are allowing you to enter any URL. So cookie-based won't work. And obviously, API key and secrets are no-no. You should never expose your API key secret. So the only right option was to go with the OAuth flow. So this is basically the general OAuth flow. What we are doing is just we are allowing the user to enter the site URL in the app, and then it, based on that URL, we'll send a request, and from the Frappe server, we'll fetch the site info and the auth ID. That's the standard OAuth flow. And once we receive the access token, we are using the exchange authorization token method here. Once we receive the access token, we store it in our client app in Secure Store with the site name. So what about logging out? Like we have logged in, but what about logging out? So we need to revoke token on site when we are fetching new tokens. So we were not doing that before. So this is, in this meme, this is basically the reaction of Nikhil, our leader. So what we were doing is that we were logging in whenever and creating these access tokens, but when we were logging out or refreshing the token, we were not deleting, we were deleting the tokens from our front end, like from our client app, but we were not revoking them from Frappe. So that's why we had like 400 MB of token data generated on our database. So always remember to revoke the tokens. As you can see in this post, that Frappe does not automatically delete tokens unless they are revoked. So we have to explicitly revoke tokens once we are done with them. So, so this is a code snippet. I'll go through it. So we are using our Frappe React SDK, and here how we have set up it for native use case. So in our Frappe provider, we provide the site URL. So site URL comes from the site info that we have stored in the Secure Store. Then we are providing it some token params. These token params, like we are using bearer token. So, and the token, we are giving it a function that is fetching the access token from our Secure Store. And then we give the site name. This site name is used for WebSocket. So WebSocket is required for real-time messaging, notifications, and stuff. Then we are going to need some additional SWR configuration. So this configuration won't be required when we are using like Frappe provider on the web, but we have to do it here. So on the web, SWR has like reconnect on focus and reconnect on, revalidate on focus and revalidate on connect. So these two functionalities are even more important on a mobile app because a mobile app can go out of network at any time. Like you enter a lift, and the moment you enter the lift, your network would be gone. So you are offline. And when you are out of the lift, you are suddenly online. And focus is like you always multitask on your phone, so you switch between apps, so the focus will be lost and be back. So these two revalidations are very crucial on a mobile app. So to set those up, we need some parameters we have to set up in SWR config. So init focus, so we have to give it a callback whenever the app comes back in focus. Like basically when the app state is inactive and it becomes active, it just calls the callback. So this is how it will revalidate. So here, see the app state, it is checking when the app state changes and it will call the callback. So this stuff is literally given in the SWR documentation. If you go to and look at the SWR documentation for React Native, this is basically what's given there. Then there is init reconnect. It is doing the same thing, but for network. So whenever the state changes from offline to online, it will trigger the callback. We are using the network state. So if internet is connected, it will call the callback. And finally, we have to provide some more parameters here. The provider, it is for caching purpose. So here it is just an empty map right now. But for full offline capability, we can provide here some sort of a storage that will allow us to have offline capability. Then there is visible, which is again just which returns just a Boolean value if it is the app is in focus or not. And is online, we are just assuming that it is true. This is handled just by the init reconnect handler. So Prathamesh will take forward.
Yeah. So moving on, the web and mobile disparity. So what do we mean by the web and mobile disparity, right? So when we started building the mobile app, what we did was we set up a different repository called Raven Mobile, and there is already an existing repository for Raven Web. So what used to happen is, since we are pretty new to building mobile apps, the web code was getting shipped very, very fast compared to us. And also the reason was that on the web, the things were already very much set up, and we had to build it from scratch. Also, the issue with disparity was that if any bug was being solved on the website of things, it had to be reworked again on the mobile side of things, which was causing a lot of manual effort getting doubled, also a lot of code duplication. So yeah, and apart from skill issue as well, we had a lot of disparity between the shipping speeds. So how do we tackle this? What do we do to ensure that this doesn't happen and we are smooth while shipping code? So the solution which we thought of was the monorepo approach. Now, to those of you who are wondering what is a monorepo, monorepo is basically, in very layman's term, it's a Git repository consisting of multiple projects which are not logically dependent on each other, but maybe related. So imagine like a web side of things, which consists of the web implementation of the app, and a mobile side of things, which consists of the mobile side again. And if it wasn't built using React Native, you can imagine it something to be like the mobile side would be broken down into two other things, like the Android side and the iOS side differently. So this is how our app is being structured. Raven apps consist of web and mobile. And yeah, so to those of you who are wondering how to go about and know more about monorepos, we suggest reading this article by TurboRepo. I think this is the best resource which we found to know more about monorepos. They tell you in detail how to craft your own repositories and set up everything. So yeah, to those of you who want to set up monorepos later on, please go through this documentation. So that brought up the question, if we are setting up a monorepo, what part of the code can be shared between web and mobile? So as we are using React and React Native, so hooks are basically UI, most of the UI independent logic hooks, which are basically used for data fetching and stuff, can be shared since the data fetching logic is same. Again, types, the generated doc type structures, those can be shared between web and mobile. Those won't be different. And like utility functions, date conversions and stuff, those can be shared as well. So if you notice, this in all makes up 40% of the code which is written. And to share the 40% of the code between web and mobile, that itself gives us a huge plus. And that improves our shipping speed a lot. And in future, we can share UI components as well, which we'll see later on how existing companies are doing it. Currently, Raven's repository structure is similar to this. So we have the Raven repository main app. Then we have two directories. So the first is apps. Apps contains the mobile side of code and the web side of code. And packages is what is being shared across those apps. So packages consist of a lib, which again consists of hooks, providers, and utils. And there is types. So this itself makes up 40% of the code, which is being shared between web and mobile. And yeah, as I said, Blue Sky is a great example of how you can structure mono repositories and scale. So Blue Sky is a social messaging app, and it has a great mono repository structure. It also manages to share UI components from which we'll try to take inspiration while doing it further. Yeah, so the next crucial thing while building mobile apps is WebSockets. So WebSockets is something that powers the real-time communication. So any messaging app that you see, be it Slack, WhatsApp, or Teams, it is mainly powered, the main communication part is through real-time socket events. So having great socket connectivity is very, very crucial for a mobile app such as ours. And so we have this hook, use active socket connection, which we are basically using to ensure that the socket is always active and connected. So what happens is when you're using the mobile app and if you switch apps or something, the app goes into background and the socket connection might break. So we have to ensure that the socket is always active so that the real-time communication goes on. So yeah, this is basically ensuring that it basically keeps polling the server whether the socket is active or not for every 2 minutes. If not, it throws an error that real-time events are not working. You should do something about it. And yeah, so as you can see, the refresh interval is 2 minutes. So it basically keeps polling and checking whether the socket is active or not. So yeah, moving on, the next big problem was the UI library dilemma. So when we are starting to build the mobile app, the big question was, what should we use as our UI library? So on the web, we are using Radix, ShadCN a bit, and Tailwind for styling. But those are not supported on the mobile side of things as of now. So we had to choose a different library for that. Then we came upon Tamaji UI. So while we were developing and building with Tamaji UI for the first 3 months, we were not getting used to the hang of it, how to style something, how to use those props and all. So we were struggling quite a bit with the configuration as well. But we were not changing things. We were not trying to use a different library all of a sudden, which was a mistake on our part. So yeah, this is a great quote by a random LLM. Your first text stack choice isn't a tattoo, it's more like a whiteboard marker. Erase, rethink, and rewrite before it's permanent. So there's nothing wrong in rewriting stuff while you still can, while you're at early stage of your development. So it's good to experiment, and if it's not working out for you, don't be afraid to rewrite and change things. So what we did was we switched from Tamaji UI to Native Wind. And then why Native Wind? Because it has a richer developer experience as it uses Tailwind styling. So we were pretty comfortable with using Tailwind on the web. So we were like, okay, this works on the mobile as well. That's pretty good. Then it was better in regards to overall theming and configuration, setting up dark and light modes, which was relatively easier compared to doing it on Tamaji UI. Then the components which were available with Native Wind were relatively more native looking, so native iOS app looking or Android app looking compared to Tamaji UI. And also they were highly modifiable. So that was a plus point. And the big challenge was the rich text editor conundrum. So to who don't know what a rich text editor is, in chat app like ours, rich text editor is like the heart of the app. So the chat input, every chat app that you see has a great chat input, like the high quality chat apps like WhatsApp, Beats, Slack, or Teams, all have a great chat input, very highly performant. And in a workplace chat messaging tool, you need things like these, like mentions, like formatting and stuff, which was not the case when we were trying to build for React Native. So on the web side of things, it was pretty sorted, but on the React Native, we were like, okay, are there any existing good rich text editors? So the general opinion in the community was why doesn't React Native have a good rich text editor? Yeah, so also then we were thought like, can we build our own rich text editor? Then we came up upon this, like if you want to suffer for 6 months, then sure, go and make it. But yeah, we weren't able to find any good rich text editors. Even the official documentation on Expo says this, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution rich text editor which can support everything that you need. You have to compromise somewhere. This is official documentation of Expo, by the way. So yeah, there is a lot of problems in this area. So we tried different things. We tried different libraries which were existing. We tried a few WebView libraries. We tried a few native libraries as well. So the first one we tried was a 10-tab editor and then React Native Rich editor. So mainly the problem with the WebView editors was the scrolling issue. There was a lot of, so WebView is in general lags a little since it runs through a bridge. So there is performance and UX issue definitely. You have to pay that penalty. And apart from that, there was an insane scrolling issue which we had to figure out. On the native side, we had our text editors and React Native Live Markdown. So these editors were little hard to configure as well. So it was difficult to adapt, as well as some of them are not correctly maintained. And in Markdown editors, the problem is mentions. So mentions are very crucial when you are building chat applications. So you have to tag someone. If it doesn't work, then the point is gone. So yeah, that was the big problem with native editors. So crucial in chat application compared to the formatting part of it. So we went ahead with this, but we also support chat rendering, right? So if you have to edit a message, then we have to support some Markdown rendering. For that, we are using Expo DOM. So Expo DOM is like what Expo suggests. It's like a directive which you add to run web components inside a mobile app. So if you have heard of server-side components, you can add a directive directly to the file, and the whole file is coded in basic HTML or JSX, and that runs on your mobile app. So for editing the message, we are using Expo DOM. And yeah, moving on, what else did we use? We are using Firebase for push notifications, analytics, and performance monitoring. We are using Expo SDK, as Aditya said earlier. We are using it for mainly most of the API logics, that is camera or image picker, linking video, etc. on the mobile side of things. And we are using Legend List for the chat stream. Then we have React Native Reanimated for the native animation and stuff. And there is React Native Render HTML to showcase the entire chat stream HTML, like the formatted text, the mentions, etc. in the chat stream. And to conclude, so what did we achieve after making the native app? What have we experienced so far? We are experiencing a greater experience in viewing files and images. So the zoom, pan, all works pretty well. Now Raven can be accessed via a share target. You can easily share links from other apps or anything directly into Raven. So that is a big plus point. Then the push notifications are more reliable and functional in a way that it can be now configured. You can show user avatars and stuff. You can directly message from the notifications. That can be done later. And they are more reliable as well. So overall, the haptics, interactions, animations all deliver a much greater native experience. Also, we have longer active sessions without logging out. So if you're using a PWA, it tends to get logged out after a certain duration as in what is set on the site. So mostly 24 hours for some sites. So it gets logged out, but on the native app, you won't have that problem to, again, log in and stuff. And offline app usage would be done as soon as it is implemented. It can be done now, which was not possible on the PWA side of things. And to share a few more bonus tips.
Yeah, so some bonus tips. So while developing, always use the development build. Do not use Expo Go. So Expo provides us like an Expo Go app on which we can run our application on top of that app, or we can make a development build. So the sandbox environment that Expo Go provides, it is like fine for trying our app for the first time, but we can't use it for development. Like we tried it for a long time when we were starting the development. And like a lot of errors that will come in an actual production build, they were like bypassed in the Expo Go. So we did not even know that a lot of things were failing when we are using Expo Go. And a lot of libraries don't even support Expo Go functionality. So a lot of native libraries, they require some kind of a actual build, and they don't support Expo Go. And a development build is more closer to a production build. Like a development build basically is a production build, but it has packaged some debugging tooling from Expo. So it has the Expo debugger and element inspector and stuff. And it runs fine. It has all the notifications, auth, etc. And the development build also provides like real-time updates. So if you make any changes to the code, we can refresh the development build at the same time, and we'll update on our phone itself. And keep a test flight version. So test flight is basically a production build. Like it is a step further than the development build. It is a complete production build. So when we start a test flight, we can give feedback. We can actually use it on our phone and provide feedback on it. And it is like basically how it will be on a finished production app. And yeah, read through documentation. It is way better than arguing with LLMs. When we go through documentation, we can like clear the concepts about any library or something new that we're using. So going through documentation is very important because see, LLM might, like you would think that you can just ask ChatGPT how to do this, but they hallucinate a lot. They will give you completely wrong answers. They will tell you that some parameter is there, but that does not actually exist. And like even you think that is very basic. You just okay, I just want to use this library. Just implement this library here. The code the LLM might write, you will have to figure out what it has done wrong. It will take a lot of more time than if you actually just read the documentation and did it yourself. And yeah, build proper tooling before making features. So tooling is very important. Like your app structure should be proper. You should have proper common components, common functions, utilities, and stuff. And you should have this stuff like routing. The routing should be proper. So this stuff should be taken care before you start developing major features. Else you're just making something on an unstable foundation. So these are some bonus tips that we figured out on our journey. So yeah, it's time. Send a Raven. Here is a QR code. You can scan it and download our app on iOS or Android from the App Store. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
So you mentioned in one slide that you are planning to make an offline app. So if, for example, if there's some Photos app will load photos from a gallery, but how will you guys load a message from in an offline way? So will it be like a local network giving you message, or you guys picking on a local network, or there's something else, or the whole meaning of offline app is different?
The meaning of offline capability here is like try WhatsApp. Even if you're offline on WhatsApp, you can still open it and read your previous messages. Everything that was loaded previously will still be in the app. So that is offline capability. It is crucial for any messaging app. Like it shouldn't require internet to read older messages that were already there. So that is what offline capability is. So that is not currently implemented on our app, but we can easily implement it now. Anyone else?
Hi. So you just mentioned you use render React Native HTML. There is a component that you use to render your list views. And there is also an Expo DOM module that you use to render. Again, that's for same HTML. So what's the difference and why would you choose either of them?
Okay, good question. So there are two parts in while you are rendering a chat stream, right? So one is the chat stream which you see, which is a list of messages, all formatted and stuff. All the links are shown as it is. So that is the one rendering part. So we are using React Native render HTML for doing that part. The entire chat stream is rendered via that. And when you edit a message, you have to show that message as it is rendered as well, right? So if a text is being in bold or italics, if you click on edit, it has to be shown in your chat editor as bold or italics, right? In order for you to unbold it or unitalics it. So that is the other rendering part, which has to be done on the chat input side of things. For that, we are using Expo DOM to do that. Yeah. So we are internally using TapTap as we are using on the website of things. And yeah, we are using Expo DOM for that. So it's like a DOM manipulation itself via a bridge. Yeah. Any other questions? Sorry? Yeah, there was a demo. We couldn't do video.
It's not playing. I think it converted to a photo, yeah. Our original presentation was in Keynote, but you guys required in PPT format, so the video got converted into a photo.
Yeah, there's a video though, but you can just directly install the mobile app and see it yourself how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just go to the QR code, yeah.
Yeah, any other questions? All right. How many people are using Raven right now? Yeah. I hope that option grows now much more. Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aditya and Prathamesh. That felt like a sudden shift from a history lesson to hardcore developer stuff. By the way, we have started sending Ravens internally in Frappe. It took us 3 attempts. Maybe third time is the charm now. Finally, we are using Raven internally and it's working just fine. Maybe you can also try it out. So yeah, we will break for tea now. We have tea break till 11:50 and then we'll see you here again. Thank you so much. You can use this door as well to go out. designing systems for performance. And the speaker, most of you know him. He is very active on all the platforms. Interestingly, he started his journey with mechanical engineering. He studied mechanical engineering for 4 years. He worked in a manufacturing company for 4 years, and then he got into IT sector, and now he's our star developer. Please welcome on stage Ankush Mehnat.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Okay. So today I want to share some tips and like things that we have learned over the years by designing systems for very high performance. Like performance and security are two issues that keep coming up often again and again. And these are two kind of skills that take quite a lot of time to like adapt to. So like I just want to get up to speed to those who are like relatively new to this domain. So we'll start. So first I just want to share this. This is like a screenshot from Microsoft about like, this is a video that they took down, by the way. This is a video where they show like how fast their new Teams is. So MS Teams, how many of you have used MS Teams? Oh, like 50% of you have suffered this, okay, great. So again, it used to take 22 seconds to start, and after some improvements, it now takes 9 seconds to start. They uploaded this video and then they took it down, but like internet parodied it quite well. So like they did not see the parody there that like 9 seconds to start an application is insane amount of time. Like our standards have stooped so low over the years. And like one of the best tweet on this was like modern software performance is firmly in its beyond parody stage now. And if you guys know, if you follow Casey Muratori, you know like he's like very wild about performance. So we'll try to understand how this has happened over the years and how we can get better at this. So like I want to talk about mostly like 4 or 5 kind of things where like how to build high throughput ingestion systems or a very high number of concurrent users or like heavy amount of batch processing or read-only traffic. So like all kinds of weird use cases that you hear from customers are like, can your system do this? The answer is usually it depends, and like it depends on how well we have designed it or we will design it. So we'll see that part now. Like the rough goal of mine is like you will be able to understand like how to get the best bang for your buck within the bounds of Frappe framework. So like I'm not suggesting you to rewrite everything in Rust or like do microservices or anything. Like these are just basic principles for achieving high performance. So by and large, there are 2 ways of achieving high performance. One is you design things for high performance. The other is you design things willy-nilly and then eventually optimize things for high performance. The hard reality is like the designing is not optional. Like if you don't design things well, or if your like initial iteration is quite bad, then you will not be able to recover a lot of it. And which is what you see with Microsoft Teams. Like once you have reached 22 seconds of startup time, you are not going to go back to 1 second very easily, or like maybe ever. So like the thing you have to consider here is like this is not at all optional, and whatever sins you have committed, you can only recover from part of it. And the most core concept here is like whatever you design, it has to be parallel first these days. How many of you have seen a graph like this before? Just like a show of hand. Okay, very few of you. So this is a graph of how hardware has evolved over like last 30 or so years. So in 1975, Gordon Moore predicted that like every 2 years, or which later became roughly every 18 months, the transistor count on your chip will double, which means roughly every 2-ish years, your performance doubles without doing anything in software. And if you see the transistor count, that has kept going up and up. Like that has only, like this graph is slightly old, that has only stopped like in the last few years. And now it is quite costly to add more transistor on the same chip. That is called Moore's law. The second important thing to consider here is the single-threaded performance. So when you don't run multiple workers or anything in parallel, what is the improvement over time we see from hardware alone? So if you see like the hardware performance kept improving until roughly around 2005, and then it kind of plateaued and it hasn't improved much. So if you have had a computer in like 20 years ago, it was probably some Pentium with 3 gigahertz. if you get a computer today, it's probably some Intel i3, whatever. It's still 3 gigahertz. Like the clock speed we have plateaued, single-threaded performance we have quite plateaued. Like it's not doubling. So whatever you do these days, like the only thing that is scaling these days is number of cores. So you can parallelize your workload, but there is no other way out of getting more performance out of hardware. And so the scaling that stopped is called Dennard scaling, if you want to look it up. It was quite a fundamental shift in how we design software for performance, because we weren't getting any more performance hardware anymore. And this is 2005, and a lot of software we design today still does not consider this basic fact that these things have to be parallel first. Like it's not at all optional. And the scaling obviously moved to number of cores. Like back then we had single core or dual core, and now we have like 32 cores on laptops. So it is quite crazy. So modern hardware is again all about parallelism, and we barely utilize any of the capability of modern hardware. Like even on EC2, whatever machine you are getting is some kind of epic server from AMD. And we are not, like our software is just not there. So if you think about just like our Frappe stack, we use Python. So the day we made the choice of using Python, we have said we are accepting 100x slowdown on a lot of things. So, and there are obviously some merit to that decision. Like we are getting a lot of flexibility, the development speed, but at the same time, like if we keep making those bad decisions again and again, eventually everything will be so slow that like your customers won't be happy with your software. Both Dennard scaling and Moore's law are dead. So like there is no hardware is not going to help you for like 5 to 10 years easily unless something miraculous happens. And LLMs definitely won't save you. Like they are trained on the crap code that we have written so far. So just like don't have any hope from there. So like hopefully I have convinced you that like parallelism is kind of important. But parallelism is definitely not easy to achieve. Like any kind of parallelism you try to, like if you take any simple single-threaded code and try to write it in multi-threaded mode, you're going to, you're not going to get like linear scalability. Basically like adding more CPU cores does not magically make it like twice as fast, because there are obviously things like you end up introducing some bugs. So like you have to obviously worry about correctness. But apart from that, like there is contention, synchronization, coherence. Like so when you have parallel code, they are obviously competing for some shared underlying resource, some hardware resource or software resource. And if you have not designed it properly, then they are probably just wasting time contending on something. Parallel code also has to synchronize with each other. Like they can't just run in parallel without talking to each other. So like that synchronization has some overhead. So we never get like this linear scaling, which is like utopia. Like usually we get some diminishing returns, and in practice we even get like severely bad results if you like overdo it, which is called USL if you have to look into it. So like now like unrolling all of this theory and coming back to like some Frappe context, we have roughly like all of our workloads kind of fall into two categories, like interactive workloads and batch workloads. So, and interactive is also again mostly web request, like whatever user is interacting in browser, which is for framework that would be your list view, form view. For other apps it could be like, which is similar, like mostly it's just list view, form view everywhere. So like those interactions are your interactive workloads, and the batch workloads are heavy kind of processing that goes on in background, like generating reports or processing some kind of account postings, etc. So we'll deep dive into these two types of workloads and how to specifically optimize for each of them. So first we'll look at interactive workloads. So interactive workloads, the sort of gold standard for interactive workloads is like any kind of request or command. Like this is not even request. So this thing is called Doherty threshold, where like any interaction with computer, it is supposed to give you back a response in like 400 milliseconds or something. So this is where the shift occurs when like you start talking about milliseconds. Like you should not expect a response, interactive response to come in seconds. It should be 400 milliseconds is the the top limit that you should have for like any kind of read-only request or any kind of recurring request. Like if you open a list view, that request should finish in 400 milliseconds. If you press a button, it is supposed to do something interactive, it should finish in 400 milliseconds. And this is not just a cooked up idea. Before this guy came up with this number, that was quite high, but like this number is still from 80s. and IBM research figured out like 400 millisecond is roughly the time where like user feels like they are interacting with something in real time. Like it's not like computer is not slowing them down. So you want your software to your users to like work at their speed of thinking and not like slow down so to accommodate your software. So this should be the standard. We achieve this standard in most frequent requests, and like we eventually fix wherever we don't. But we don't see this in a lot of custom code where like not much thought has put into it, and often it is not a cause of concern. But eventually, when like you have 100 users trying to interactively do something, and they are all spending 2-3 seconds to like click something and get a response, you are degrading user experience quite a bit. And they will not complain, they may not complain, but like they rate your software poorly. They will only complain when it completely stops working. They do not complain for like minor degradation. So we'll look at how to beat this. And the first basic thing is it's just impossible to beat speed of light. Like let's say you are in New York or something and you use Indian servers because Indian servers are cheaper. You have just bought like 300 millisecond into your 300 millisecond of guaranteed latency in your system. Now you only have 100 millisecond left to do your work. So like don't make your job harder by trying to optimize cost where you should not. Like just get the server nearest to you, and we will hopefully cover more and more regions anyway. We anyways cover quite a lot of regions, like so most regions you can get less than 100 millisecond from anywhere in the world. So the other thing that you should consider, like the first is obvious, like while designing, you just make sure that like whatever you're doing is within 400 millisecond bound. But the other thing is when you are developing something locally, your database's size will be in few megabytes, and you will not anticipate what happens when that size grows. So the other thing that you should do is like for any kind of frequent interactive workload that you expect, you should design it from P99 or P90 latency perspective, which is what will happen to the 1% of the worst request that will come to this endpoint. So for example, this is a very basic, simple example where we are showing like how many invoices are there for a particular order. And we are just counting, we're just doing property.db.count for against this order, how many entries are there. Now this seems very simple, and locally this will be like 1 or 2 milliseconds usually. But what happens is like this query gets translated to like very simple select count star where order is whatever the current order is. But the problem here is like if order is not indexed, like you are scanning the entire invoice table every time just to show the count. So if you just build this locally and never think about what will happen when this size grows to like 100x or 1000x of what it is on your local machine, then the slowdowns will occur and they will get reported and you will have to eventually fix them. But understand the difference here. Like when they report, when they get reported, it's not going to be reported for degradation of like 1 or 2 seconds. They are going to report it when it takes 60 seconds and it does not work. So like you have like months and months of degraded performance where your user believes your software sucks, but they do not complain. The one thing, important thing to understand here is like SQL is quite a leaky abstraction. Like it gives you very nice declarative language where it just gives you the result that you want, but it does not give you the same kind of guarantees for performance. So you have to design schema indexes from day one to have the required performance. And here, like it's very clear that if you don't have index, it's just going to take linear amount of time with the size in your table. So again, like I just want to reiterate this point, and I'm going to reiterate this again and again. So I did not mention anywhere how to profile SQL queries. This is you don't even bother profiling SQL queries. Like you start with understanding this query is going to be frequent. It should have an index from day one, and then you never run into the problem of having to profile slow sites. But it's quite hard. But like if you start doing it, it's not impossible. So going back to the interactive workloads, the other thing that we do to improve interactive workloads is you need to cache things very aggressively. So this is like how a typical request goes from your user to a server and comes back to the user. And in between, you have like 2 Nginx proxies. One is just a transparent proxy. There is one app server proxy. There are web workers. There is DB server, and there is also cache server, which is Redis. So there are lots of moving components here. And the more component you try to involve into the process, the more likely it is that your request time will not be deterministic and it will be slow. So there is opportunity to cache things on every layer. Like, so you can design your caching to be, like, for example, Raven probably caches on the client side itself. Like, it does, for a few things, it does not even bother sending a request to server. Like, it has the necessary data in local storage, or I mean, front-end folks might know what that is exactly. But you can cache things in browser. You can cache things on Nginx proxy, which any kind of public file. You can cache things on Frappe workers. With V16, we have client caching. You can cache things on DB servers also. Like, if you have very complicated computation, you can compute it once and store it in DB server. And you can also cache things on cache server with like few lines of code. Now, the problem here is like you run into the two hardest problem in computer science, the cache invalidation part. But that is not optional. Because of the architecture, like most web apps are written like this. And maybe there is some research where like we won't have to worry about cache and cache invalidation. But right now, it is the reality of life. Like, you can't just avoid caching because cache invalidation is hard. So there are some recipes here, like any kind of pre-computed results you want, you can store it in Redis or database. If you have some documents that do not change, instead of using getdoc, you can use getcachedoc. It's just using Redis, but like you just added like 6 or 7 characters, but it got like significantly faster. Then metadata or something about schema or something, some settings that never change, you can also cache them in client side. So which is a new thing in V16. Maybe I'll talk about it separately. And lastly, if you have any frequently accessed API, you should use the HTTP cache header, where like your browser does not even bother sending a request. It just has the data locally. So that was about those were few tips for designing for interactive performance. But the most common issue in interactive workloads is some kind of contention. And this is often hard to picture at first. But if you just like look at what goes on in your workload, you can probably spot where it can contend. So I'll just give you one example here. Let's say we have a very basic API. This is just inbuilt API where we are ingesting IoT logs from like all sorts of IoT machines. And IoT, all those devices, they don't know or care about what is going on in the server. Like whenever some event happens, they are just sending the log. So they are not aware of the workload or anything. They are just doing their job. Now, what can happen here ideally is like if you have like a 4 CPU machine, let's say, and if you have 4 separate workers, ideally our design just has everything parallel, so you don't have to worry much about working about parallelism here. All you have to worry about is like, is there some contention point which is probably preventing this kind of parallelism? And this is something what people would call like embarrassingly parallel workload. Like there is nothing that in here that prevents it from being parallel. But like in reality, that often does not happen. So if you I had a demo, but like right now you just have to do with the GIF of the demo. But basically, I replayed that API with a lot of I tried to bombard our site with a lot of traffic, where workers are trying to ingest things. And if you see here, while ingesting a log, there are mainly 3 steps in that process. We get the data, we name the new document something like log-1 or something, and then we process that document and then we store it in the DB. So if you see what is happening here is, at any time only one worker is processing something. Like only one worker is processing something, all the others are doing naming. And if you have never seen this before, it feels quite weird. But like if you think about, if you go and look into how naming works, like I'll show you this. So this is how naming works. Like if you have a naming series where like you have some prefix, IoT-log-something, and you want to have guaranteed incremented counters. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, like you do not want any gaps in between, or you also don't want like multiple documents to have the same number. So this kind of counting numbers is inherently a sequential process. You cannot count numbers in parallel. It's basically impossible. So the way we do it is we lock the row, which is counting the current number, and what happens is like whichever request came first, that has the lock, and until that is processed, no one else can even count the next number. Even though like naming has already happened, but until the whole thing is processed, you cannot move forward. So this is an example of like having hidden serial chains where visually you don't see that this work is is not sequential. Like visually it appears, oh, you have 5 workers or 4 CPUs and 4 workers, and it should all be parallel. But in reality, it is all happening sequentially, and it is often very hard to diagnose this just by looking at it. But the few things you can do is like just load test and keep monitoring process list and other resource monitors. And if anywhere you see some kind of contention or wait time, then most likely you have some contention there. So that's mostly about the interactive workloads. I'll move on to batch workloads. So the biggest sin when people commit while doing batch workloads is they try to run batch jobs in web request, and then everything goes to shit. The reason is quite obvious. Like you have certain amount of web workers, and even if you had triple or even if you get like 10x number of that, the moment you start running batch jobs in your web request, they are going to get blocked for a prolonged period of time. And the longer they are blocked, now your other users can't do interactive work. And this is why we aggressively move reports from UI to prepared report. And I keep getting pinged for like, why do you have this threshold, and why can't I disable prepared report? Because it's a bad idea to run reports in web request. Like even if they take like 10 seconds, it's still a horrible idea. So I'll give some simpler example for batch workload first. So most documents do not take much time to submit, like they might take 1 or 2 seconds, but you might have some documents that take a lot of time to submit. And this was a feature we introduced in V14, I think, where like users does not have to submit the document synchronously. Like if all they care about is submitting a document, they can just request submission, and eventually it will happen in background, and then user will get notified that it has happened with Socket.io or some real-time event. So the idea here is like you have to identify what operation does not need to happen synchronously at all, and then decouple it from your web request and do it asynchronously. Now this is not going to be simple, obviously. This is all of this extra wiring of web request to background workers. It's going to complicate your system, but it's going to make your system more robust to those like spikes of workload where like 10 people are trying to submit something and now other 10 can't use your system at all. So this is like deferring all of the heavy work to whenever it is possible to do in the queue. So another important concept to understand here is like you have to right size your batch jobs. So your batch jobs should be roughly in between 10 seconds to 10 minutes. They should like, even though we allow hours of time, you should not write jobs that are so large or so small. If you write jobs that are quite small, like 1 or 2 seconds, then you run into the problem of like wasting time setting up that job, tearing down that job, and doing very little real work. If you have very long running job, then you have this problem of starvation. Like if you have, let's say, hours, or if you just end up queuing some jobs that take hours, then nothing else gets to run. So like the same problem that happens in interactive workload eventually creeps into your background workloads also. So ideally, just try to keep it within 10 seconds to 10 minutes. It's easier to remember. I'll show some examples here, like what kind of optimizations or design changes that you can do to avoid these kind of things. And these are some of the things that we have done later when we realized that we have screwed up on some of those designs. So the most basic example here is in accounts module, where if you have to compute balances of any account on any day, you basically have to write a query like this, like give me sum of debit minus credit for all of the entries for this account. Now, obviously, this is just proportional to how long you have been using the site. So on day 1, it is few microseconds. And by that, if you are a heavy user, then by the time your first year ends, this is quite slow already. So this design is just not scalable. Like if you have to think in terms of like big O numbers, this is O of n-ish design. And what we want is not scan the entire data every time you have to get balances. So the solution here is caching only, but the caching is not dumb caching that we just do, like we slap Redis cache and store it in Redis and just get the answers back. You have to implement some business logic concept here. So in accounts, for example, you close the balances at the end of each month, or at least hopefully at the end of each year. So wherever that becomes your checkpoint then. So whenever you close the books, we can also cache the computed result for that period, which we don't have to compute again and again. So in this design, we obviously limit the time to proportional to time since whenever we close the last time. obviously, this is not bulletproof because some folks, for some reason, never bother closing books. But so other typical use case that comes up is what to do about like those frequent tasks that take 1 to 10 seconds, like you are trying to ingest like lots of documents from API. The first obvious solution is like you just move it to background jobs. And that works, but if they are so small, then maybe even just moving everything to background job will not be good use of your CPU time, because you will be again wasting a lot of time setting up and tearing down. So the most common solution here is you whatever you want to process later, even though it just takes 2-3 seconds, but you have to process a lot of it. So you have to batch those workloads. And computers are magical when they get to do the same work again and again. Like they are optimized for that kind of work. So if you have a lot of documents to process, you just ingest them once and you temporarily store it somewhere in some kind of queue. So like framework has a deferred insert, which is available by default. Some patterns are replicated in other places. Like email queue basically works that way also, where we don't immediately send your email, we send it every 4-ish minutes, and we just stage it somewhere. So if you take example of email queue, like if you have to open SMTP connection for each email connection, then you would be spending quite a lot of time just opening connection, sending something, closing connection. And the email servers also don't like doing that. So you have to batch your work somehow. And that somehow is different for most use cases. There is no just generic design or answer that solves it. But the pattern is like this, where you store something in some temporary storage, then you consume it over with a background flush mechanism. Other mechanism is when you have a workload that is just not possible to do in one job, you have to chop it and batch it somehow. So this is an example from ERP Next, where we are trying to, and this is a bill of materials for, like short explanation is like bill of materials is anything that you manufacture, like a laptop, you have components which are like keyboard, and those components also have subcomponents like individual keys. So you have all of these tracked separately, and whenever you want to update cost of all of them, you kind of have to go bottom up in a tree traversal, like I'm giving some DSA. So you have to traverse the tree from bottom to up, and you have to process all the documents. Like you can't just do like, you can't just randomly process documents, because the cost of the parent assembly depends on the cost of the child assembly. So the way we solved, like the way we used to solve was like we'll just process all of them in the same job. We just have 25 minutes to process, and we have plenty. And typically companies do not have that many bill of materials. That's the thing, like locally your machine does not have that many bill of materials, and most companies also do not have that many bill of materials. But we had one customer that had 10 lakh bill of materials, which is impossible to process in 25 minutes. And the solution is not to just like keep increasing, okay, maybe it is possible to solve in 2 hours. That's a bad way to do engineering. So the way we solved it is we split the job into, first we construct some version of this tree, and then we figure out like which part we can process in one chunk. And one chunk would be, let's say 5,000 or 10,000 documents. It is still quite a lot, but it's not 10 lakh at the same time. So when we can split the job naturally like this, then you at least make some progress. You are not trying to process 10 lakh document and fail and process it again and fail. You are making some progress, which is guaranteed, and eventually you will do the whole job. Now that eventually might depend on how good your code to process that is, but that's a separate topic. The last basic example here is like if you have to process a lot of things, and if you're just processing like this, like a single job where you get a whole bunch of document. Like this example is very recent example of help desk where we want to close old tickets that are older than certain days. And the feature was introduced after the fact, like it wasn't there from day one. So like even we had like thousands of tickets that were not closed. And every 4 minutes, we attempted to close all thousands of tickets. We ended up achieving few of them, and then we failed, and then we roll back and start over. So this has what happens when this has 10,000 tickets is this just fails, and it just goes into that same loop of trying to do some work, not being able to do it, rolling it back and starting again. So checkpointing is the most important way of fixing these kind of problems. And checkpointing is often just as simple as just committing after doing the atomic amount of work. And this also gives you small transactions. Like databases do not like transactions that run for hours and hours because they have to provide you a snapshot of some database version. So they do not like very long running transactions. So committing often is useful. But at the same time, if you don't know what you are doing and you commit in random places, it can result in very horrible bugs, which are next to impossible to debug without reading the code and imagining. So like there will be some disclaimer on this from Rohit's talk, so I'll not bother explaining all that. So lastly, like I have covered interactive and a batch workload. So a few notes on scaling without going much into detail about optimizing or anything. Start by scaling by credit card, which is like obviously a cloud company saying just give us more money. But this is the easiest thing to do because if you have some problem, don't get into the idea of like you can just fix it immediately. Like start by reducing the impact first, which is let's just get a bigger machine. And if you can, and while getting a bigger machine, at least ensure that you understand where you are contending or which resource is bottlenecked. And which is usually quite easy by just doing eyeballing the monitor, like a Frappe is monitoring output. And if you do that, then most likely you will survive another week. But if you don't survive another week and you have to constantly do it, then you have a bad problem at your hand. The second way to scale is obviously horizontal scaling, where like we provide an option to set up replicas, and that takes up quite a lot of your load on the main database servers. And we also suggest like this is a very special case where like if you realize that some part of your design is just so bad that it does not fit in Frappe architecture, because like Frappe architecture is not like a silver bullet that will solve all of your problems. So some of the problems, like for example, let's take example of Frappe Cloud, which runs on Frappe framework. But we don't do that. We used to do the builds on the same server in background job, which we eventually realized is not a good idea because we have to build like hundreds of new Docker containers every day. We can't do that on the same server. So we offloaded to a separate service. We wrote a separate like server, which build servers, which does our job, and you get the results back. So it's not like you can't do microservice. Like this question keeps coming up often, but you should do it for like very specialized use cases, not the wild west that you see on internet. Lastly, like this is just one hilarious thing about hardware. Understanding how hardware behaves is kind of important. So when you see something like this, like I have paid for 100% of CPU, so I'm definitely going to use 100% of it. You can, but you will suffer. It's often hard to convince why this is a bad idea. So the way this goes is like the moment you start to hit 50 to 60% utilization, what you see here is average, and there are quite a lot of spikes in the middle where like user is just stuck waiting for seconds for something to happen. And you don't see those in like these pretty average charts because over time like small spikes get averaged out. But if you look at like the different relevant charts, like how much time some processes were waiting, you see these clear spikes over a long time where like every hour something is happening and your users are facing some problem. So you kind of need to think about these things like quite early on. You can't just leave it to retrospective analysis. And again, lastly, I just want to reiterate the same point. Like designing for performance and optimizing for performance is quite different. So as much as you can, you should shift left. Shift left is like you move these problems earlier in your software development lifecycle. You don't retrospectively try to fix this. And that helps with customer satisfaction and retention quite a lot. And I also understand like the question that I got internally was like, all of this is quite complex. Like why can't we just like expect Frappe to handle a lot of this? Because Frappe gives you the building blocks, but it cannot just give you like generic solution for all kind of problems. And eventually we will come up with different solutions, but this is a complexity that is required. Like there is a concept like a certain kind of complex problems, they require equally complex solutions. Not all of them have simple solutions that just work out, and you have to invest in those things. So that's all from me. Like go write some fast systems. And lastly, one more thing so like I worked on performance for like last 3 months, and like we benchmark quite a lot of frequently used things, and V16 is roughly 2x faster now. Like a part of that contribution was from Sagarura. A lot of it, majority of it was from framework, but like it is possible to achieve this much speed up after so long, which tells you that there are some low-hanging fruits which we could have spotted long ago, but we are now retroactively fixing them. So hopefully you will like V16. That's all. You have any questions? Anyone? Mike.
Hi. So one thing I have run into with a client is they have like a huge database right now. So when it is creating a backup, which is a daily process right now, we have limited it to 1 per day. The size is close to 50 gigabytes. So the moment that the backup creation is going on, the entire server is stuck. So is there anything we can do to?
So funnily, the next talk is about physical backups.
Okay.
So that is something that we have worked on over the last few months, and Tanmay will talk about it. So the problem with logical I should not explain, I'm just giving away spoilers, but the solution to that is physical backups, and that will usually solve your problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Microphone. You can just shout, I can repeat.
Okay. So if V16 is twice as faster as V15, will V17 be twice as fast as V16?
No, I stopped working on improving performance since last few weeks, so it probably won't automatically get faster. But if it happened, that would be great.
I have a question regarding identify and avoid contention slide. You mentioned the challenge around counting the naming series.
Yeah.
So just curious, like, is there a workaround or solution for that? Because that's something.
Oh yeah, so workaround solution is you don't use naming series whether it is not required. I had this in my demo, I forgot. Okay, so the example that I showed was logs. You probably don't need like serially named logs, so you can just drop the naming series. The other solution is you somehow figure out how your workload is distributed. Let's say your workload is distributed across many branches. So you try to inject the branch name in the naming series, and that way each branch has a unique prefix, so they are not contending on the same underlying row. So that is common way of alleviating some of the pains from naming series. But if you want sequentially named document with just the constant prefix, there is no way to solve that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so another thing that we do is like if you are allowed, so in GL entry and SL entry, we have the same problem. There what we do is we do not name it instantly, we just let it insert, and after inserting, after a while, we look at all the recent ones and we name them sequentially. So you can do batch naming. So that is another solution. Either you do batch naming, or wherever you are inserting, you just specify the name yourself. Then you don't have to worry about all of this. But if you reach for the make auto name or the naming series, then it's going to cause contention. And this is not the only place where contention occurs. Like other, like in stock model, for example, item and warehouse are like you're supposed to be like very important for business logic. Like you maintain counts per item and warehouse. So if you have multiple workload, if you have workload that is parallel and inserting the same item and warehouse, then they are still contending on some underlying resource. And that is partly flaw of design, partly feature of design. You have to work around it somehow.
Yeah, so my question is for all those jobs that are 1 to 10 seconds long, right? So for example, sending a push notification.
Yeah.
You know, when you send a message, we want to make an API call to a server, right? But we don't want the user to wait for that request to finish because it should be instantaneous. Running an enqueued job is bad design in that case, right? For every message.
If you have very small running jobs like 1 to 2 seconds, it's often bad. But we also had the same problem in Frappe Cloud where we had like a lot of polling jobs which used to run every 2 seconds or 5 seconds or something. And they were all just 1 or 2 seconds long. And I shared this on LinkedIn also, where we had like 60-70% utilization just by running background jobs. The way we solved it is we removed all the overheads of the background jobs in V16. There is option to get rid of those. If you need that like that kind of just 1 second, lots of 1 second jobs, then you can enable that, and then it is as fast as running it in request. So that that overhead goes away. But at the same time, like, if you are not sending too many background notifications, like if it is like 100,000, 10,000 a day, it's probably not as bad as you think. Like what we had was thousands every minute. So like if you reach that level of small jobs, then your design is somewhat flawed. You need to combine that workload to have like some batch of work.
So enqueuing a job on every, let's say, every message sent is not bad necessarily.
It's not necessarily bad as assuming you don't get too many messages. But if you start to get too many messages, then you might have to use the optimization that we use for V16.
Right.
So, do we have time?
Yeah, so like is there any guideline? Yeah, here.
I can't see. Okay.
Yeah, here.
Okay.
Is there any guideline to set the number of workers?
There is. So this it's like usually there is like very simple wrong answer. The simple wrong answer in all of those documentation is 2n+1, and none of them are really like they capture the nuances of performance. On FCVA, try to allocate it as well as we can. Usually it comes down to like how much memory you have, like how many workers you can physically run on that memory, how much
Memory
VCP,
as in like in VM? Like
RAM, yeah.
RAM, yeah, okay.
How many vCPUs you have. So if you have 4 CPUs and you try to run 30 workers, they are not actually running in parallel. They're just swapping fast enough so you assume that there are 30 workers.
Yeah.
So like the ideal condition that we now we have started to use is we use as many workers as you have CPUs. Okay. And for each worker, we add more and more threads depending on how much concurrency you want.
Okay.
I'll probably write some explainer for this. It's somewhat complex.
Sure, yeah. That was missing from the documentation.
Yeah, sure. Or we can talk about it.
Okay.
We have a 25,000 serial number in one delivery note. So when we're submitting the delivery note, it will be stuck the process. So is there any way to solve this?
Probably Rohit can answer this. So I don't exactly know how the new serial number thing works, but have you used the serial batch bundle or?
No, we are just entering the serial number in text field.
That's V14 then probably?
No, it's 15.
I don't know for sure. Like, I think the Rohit is better person to answer this. You can find him somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have much time left, so we'll take the remaining question offline. Sure.
It was an amazing talk. I'm sure everybody here appreciates the performance, and like they love that you went from being a mechanical engineer to IM speed. Next up, we have Tanmay for his talk. He'll be here for physical backups. He's a relatively new engineer at Frappe, but he has been making a lot of stuff happen with databases along the lines of SQL Playground and DB Analyzer. Now he is here for physical backups and restoration.
So last few months, so we have tried out figuring out this MariaDB physical backup and restoration procedure. So today I will discuss like what the challenges we face, how we figure out every problem, and we'll just figure out those stuff. So first, start with the basics. Like in the SQL database, like this three is the common one. That is like central part of most of the web applications or Android applications, and backup and restoration is like the crucial part of that. So usually for MariaDB or MySQL, you know this, like this has this MariaDB dump and MySQL dump utilities, where you can just dump all of your tables in just a SQL file. So if you need to restore it back, you can just just run the replay the SQL in your database, and it will just restore your data. But it works, but it has some issues. Like the backup time is going to be like proportional to database size. Like if you have like 18 GB of database, it's somewhere sometimes it can take 40 minutes. Sometimes it can take less time, more time. It depends on your like database resource usage. If your database is actively like using, then it will probably take this much time. If you have 100 GB of databases, what it will take? Like it will going to take like at least 1 hour. Then it's the issue. Because every time like your site is updating, we are taking some backup, and then we just go with the site update procedure, and then if anything goes wrong, then we restore it back. So this means this time, this 40 minutes, 100 minutes, whatever it takes, it's the downtime in your site. So here is a small chart in like logical backups. Like if you see as the database size is growing, the duration is also growing. Like you have 20-30 minutes of downtime for the site update procedure. So the solution to this is just copy the database files right from the disk. Then it will not have any issues, right? So first check how database actually store the files. So this is a just a structure of MySQL directory for both MySQL and MariaDB. So if you see here, you have these like random IDs, like database names. This is the actual databases where your data is actually gets stored, and there is some others like MySQL, sys. This is for internal usage of database. So first know this storage thing, like whatever you are seeing the files here, this is not handled by MariaDB itself. There are various engines like InnoDB, MySum, Area, NBDB cluster. There are many things that handles this file level and disk level access and everything. So we need to somehow manage to back up and restore this. So this is the main one, like InnoDB. So in case of InnoDB, you will see these files like IBD files. This actually stores your actual data. So if you have some table like user table or something, it will have a single file, single IBD file, which holds all of your data of that specific table. And there is obviously some FRM files which actually hold the table definition for your database table. And there is another one, MySum. In Frappe, we use MySum for some specific like global search or like error log, where mainly we don't need transactions or those kind of stuff. We can use MySum. We don't need to get in InnoDB for that. So it has also this same structure, like FRM file is common for everyone to store this definition, and there is some MOI and this MOID extension files which holds your index and actual data. So let's first check how this like simpler way to this achieve this backup and restoration. Like if you have two database server, for example, you need to stop both the service, and you just need to copy the specific database folder from one database server to another database server. And once you copied the folder back, then you just need to start the service. So that's all. It's a simple procedure, right? So it may be useful for many cases where you have this single database on your server, but that's the issue in case of Frappe Cloud, because in Frappe Cloud, you have these big database servers, where inside you have like 100, 200 sometimes database running on, like in case of shared servers. In the case of also dedicated servers, you have multiple databases using. So we cannot just shut down your database server for this physical backup or restoration procedure, right? So this was the real challenge, that we need to do this restoration. More specifically, this partial restoration, like we need to restore just one database, or more specifically, we may need to restore just one table of the database in a live database without stopping it or like restarting it. So for physical backup, I'll just prepare a small demo. I can show. Okay. So I have a server where MariaDB is running on. So let me just slow. I am continuing with the slides only. The network connection is not great here to proceed with the demo. So the main thing you need to do, like in MariaDB, they have make it simplify for us to do this physical backup. So you need to run this flash tables command, flash tables for export. So what it actually does, in a running database, you have many things is going on. Some data is on disk, some data is like on the fly in the memory, some is in your disk cache. So this flash tables command will like push all of your data from memory buffer or disk cache to your actual disk. And as soon as you run this command in a like running a database connections, then you will see there is some new files are generated also. Like we have already seen this FRM IBD files are there. There is new CFG files. So this actually hold your this InnoDB table space information, which is actually required to restore the data back. So once we did these two steps, it's kind of now time to take the backup. But before that, we need to take one more thing in note. We have the data with us, like these IBD files, MID files, will back up, obviously. But we don't have the schema information. So we need to dump the schema of the tables in a file. And these files also need to be backed up. So for backing up purpose, in case of Frappe Cloud, we are taking like disk snapshot or volume snapshot. We are using AWS for now. So in AWS, we have EBS snapshot. If it is self-hosted server, you have GFS and other storage support. There also this disk snapshot feature is already available. So this procedure take just like 2-3 seconds sometimes to take the snapshot. Once you take the snapshot, you can just release the table logs, and yeah, the disk snapshot use your actual physical backup. So physical backup is much more simpler. This complete backup procedure might take 15 to 45 seconds. Most of the time it will be under 1 minute. Sometimes it most of the time it took 15 seconds, but sometimes you cannot do multiple disk snapshot at same time. That time it can just grow, the time can grow, but it will not cross 1 minute. But the main benefit is you are taking the disk snapshot here. So that means if you have a 2 GB of database, that is going to take the same time. If you have 100 GB of database or 200 GB or 300 GB, whatever the size is, this time is not going to vary much. Like most probably if you have too much like 1 TB of database, most probably it will take like 1-2 minutes to flash the tables, but not more than that. Compared to logical backup. So yeah, physical backup is the like happy way, but restoration comes with many hidden things. So let's see the restoration procedure. So to begin with, we need to convert the like snapshot, whatever we snapshot take, we need to convert it to a volume first. So in case of FC, we just use AWS APIs and all to create the volume. And once we got the new volume, we attach the volume in the running database server. So you have now two disks attached. Like one is the main disk where your live database is currently running, and you have the backup disk where actually your disk snapshot, or like you can say the physical backup is there. Okay. So in next step, we need to drop the tables, like whichever table we want to drop. If you want to do partial one, like you need only like restore 2-3 tables, you can drop those tables. And once you did that, we need to recreate the tables. So if you remember, like in physical backup, we have already dumped the table structure already in a SQL file. So that has this information for table creation purpose. So once you create the table back, you need to start discarding. So this is specific to InnoDB engine. So in case of InnoDB engine, they have this support to import the IBD files back. So before importing the, like copying the stuff back, we need to discard the table spaces. So once you discard table space, the IBD files like got deleted from the actual database. Then it's time to like copy your files. You can just copy you don't need to copy the FRM files. You need to just copy the CFG and IBD files to your like running database. Once you copy those back, you need to run this command again, this import table space. So it tells InnoDB that it's time to import the table space configuration. So it's not like your data is not actually getting imported. If you remember, it has some CFG files. So it configures the database and InnoDB engine that there is new InnoDB like file is there. You need to configure it. It's not doing more than that. So it's a very low overhead procedure. So once you import this thing, look, most of the time, that's all. You can just restore your database back. For my some storage, just simply copying the files is most of the time is enough. But we did this like implementation in 1 month almost, and then we start like testing for testing purpose. We just roll out in FC, and then we started seeing like odd errors that is not mentioned in documentation somewhere. So first problem we face that this slow copy. So we have this snapshot, right? From snapshot we are creating the volume, and from volume we are copying the files from backup to the actual database. So we start seeing that we are not getting, like we are provisioning 500 Mbps of disk, but we are not getting any performance. We are getting 5 Mbps of speed in copy. Then upon finding, we found is some AWS thing. So this is the stat for one restoration, like 9 GB of files take 25 minutes of that, like completely cancel the purpose of like physical restoration or backup procedure. So let's see how the snapshot process actually, like in case of AWS, how they do the snapshot, like from top of the, so once you take the snapshot, what it does, it doesn't keep it to like their local server. So they move it to some cold storage. It can be S3. In some documentation, they have written that they move the snapshot to S3. Okay. So once you start the restoring the data back, you say I need a new volume from this snapshot. So this procedure, like blazingly fast, it just take 4-5 seconds just to create the volume from the snapshot. But there is the hidden issues, like it start doing lazy loading. You got the disk obviously, but your disk is not initialized. Like if you try to read a single block, then it will send the request to the cold storage or S3, wherever they have stored the file, and it will fetch that specific block and populate that block, and then you can read it. So that means there will be high latency, like at least AWS or EBS has single digit latency, but in this case we'll start getting 50-60 milliseconds of latency. and yeah, we'll get and maximum 15 Mbps or something speed. So AWS suggests one thing that we should do. There you have DD utility, also like some other tools to trigger this read. So that does a simple thing, like you have this block completely. It just try to read every block of your disk to make it initialize before you are doing any disk operation like copy or move files. But that didn't work because those do sequential read. So first initial idea was that DD is working in 5 Mbps or 15 Mbps or whatever. Let's run like 5 DD command like parallelly, right? Then we can get at least 80, 90 Mbps. But there is another issue that came up, like we started seeing too much IO rate and high CPU usage, and that is not a good sign because it's a running database. We cannot impact other sites for this restoration purpose. So then upon digging dive, we saw that this DD essentially use Linux sync calls. Like sync specifically says that your applications is need to read some disk bytes. It just send the call to kernel and kernel will back with your data. So it's a sync procedure. So your application threads are also blocked there. Also the CPU will constantly check whether the data is available or not. So then we moved these new things that came in Linux 5.11. So they have this concept IO ring. It's kind of async IO. We don't need to, like, the application don't need to wait for the result, and the system also don't need to like check poll every time for the result. The IO ring itself will notify the application that your data is available. What you want to do with this, you can set some callback. I'm not going in deep here. You can, Mattermost has a good blog. If you later want to check, you can check the Mattermost blog on IO ring. So we write a like library for this IO ring. IO ring thing is much newer thing. So by default, like in Python, OpenCall, or maybe most of the languages, there is not currently very good implementation. So we take a Go library and write a write the library there, and then convert it into a Python library like file warmer. So you can just see in the example is cut, but if you see here, like we need to just pass the files which we want to warm up, and it will use IO ring and some batch processing to like process the small files in a batch. So these procedures like enable us to like reach much higher throughput. Like if you have provisioned the backup volume with 300 Mbps, most probably you are going to touch the 70-80% of like throughput during the warm-up session. Previously it was just 15 Mbps or 1 Mbps. So previously this 10 GB of warm-up procedure was taking like 16 minutes of time. That came down to like 1 minute. So that was a good improvement in this case. Like it's very important for restoration process. Then we suddenly came up with this some table corruptions. So if you see like for InnoDB, you see that they have this discard table space, import table space, various commands are there. But for MySum, we are just copying the files. All right. So that creates the problem. Also, MySum table is prone to like corruption, but very easy to recover as well. Like, so after the restoration procedure, one day I was just checking. I was just randomly checking which table that whether every table is healthy or not. Then I suddenly saw that there is something wrong. Like it's saying that size of data file is something like this much bytes, but it should be 0. Then I found that the issue is like we have created the table from the SQL and we have copied the data back. So the MySum index file is and the table structure like table column definitions file is not in sync, and there is a mismatch that it is checking that data file like AMID file is this much, but it's saying it should be 0. Then the simple fix is like you just use this repair table command, and you can just pass a like use FRM flag they have. So that will help to reveal the index very fast. What it does, it just go through your index file. It just find out the data for that what is the length of your data, and it just set in your internally in table column definition, and that just fix your like table. Yeah. Then we found this already, like again this full text index corruption. It was a confusing issue as well. We saw that full text index is not supported in physical backup and restoration because it has its own data structure. So we just think that we will drop it and recreate it, right? We'll drop the full text index and create it back. That should solve the problem. But we just like see these errors, like table is started, like full database server is started crashing. Like for 10 MB of like table, I am creating a full text index and is like crashing the whole database server. So after some like guesswork, we found out that like dropping a like index from your database is not like syncing back all the configuration. It's just a metadata change. Like somehow internally just change some flags that this index has been deleted, and some background jobs will later delete the index files. So the option was like drop the index, and then if you call this optimized table. So if you call this optimized table, so it will sync all the data back. In case of your InnoDB table is corrupted, it will still able to repair the InnoDB tables. Also like fix all of your indexes if that is crashed as well. And then we just run again, came back to the same thing, like create the full text index, and it worked. Like somehow it like magically worked, this procedure. And yeah, it's a little bit complex. There is many things that can broken apart and that can like cause issues in backup and restoration process. But the benefit is like here, like previously this was the chart, the logical backup thing, where it took like it just increases like with the database size. Now see some like test result. So here is the result. Like for 1 GB of database also it's going to take the same time. For 20 GB also database, it's going to take the same time, like 15 to 45 second range. So this is the like also physical restoration is a little bit tricky, but it also depends on many factors. But it's not that much slow. It's comparable to the logical restoration thing. Like if you see like for 21 GB of database, it takes 15 minutes. But the main thing is of this restoration procedure, it can take some time for copy paste, but your database is not need to do much thing. So there is low overhead. So for restoration of one big site in your dedicated server, it's not going to impact the other site's database. Yeah. So that is the main benefit from whole backup and restoration procedure. So yeah, that's all. If you have any question, let me know. From the statistics in like inside Frappe Cloud, we found out that if your database size is like actual database size is like 1 GB, then yeah, there is no point of doing this physical backup restoration thing. It's better to just go like maybe we'll increase that threshold a little bit more, like 2 GB maybe, because in 2 GB of a logical backup it just takes like 3-4 minutes. That's like bearable. But for larger database, more than that, like 5 GB, 10 GB, 20 GB, we are obviously going to choose this physical backup and restoration. So it's going to use in site update currently, in site update procedure, but I have planned to make it like you have this logical backup, right? Every day we take one logical backup. So we'll just give you option to, you can opt to like physical backup. If your site is large and it like logical backup is not feasible for you, then you can just opt for physical backup. Then yeah, it's going to take less time for normal like daily backup, and yeah, we'll give that option.
Also, I was just very curious, like what is the backup to restore ratio?
So
How
backup.
many backups get restored?
In the context of site update, if you see for larger sites, only the 6 to 7% of migrations got failed, and we need to restore it back. So yeah, the restorations to backup ratio is sometimes like just less than 1:10.
Hi.
That don't basically need restoration, the one that we now do 24 hours, once every 24 hours. Let's say once we shift from all sites from physical, like all sites from doing logical backups to all sites from physical, did we see any, say, CPU utilization drop? Did we see NODB metrics going down because we no longer need to essentially do select star on these tables? Like, so apart from the time sensitivity, is there like literal benefit on the CPU or?
So there is one thing, this InnoDB buffer, this thing will not be much affected, but the thing that will affect is the disk IO. So whenever we are doing this logical backup thing, right, we set a flag like no cache. So that means like it will not touch your InnoDB, it will not touch your memory thing, it's just directly going to your disk and take the data, and then will technically it'll convert the data to your SQL query, right? So yeah, we'll massively see like this disk IO performance will be much better, and plus the CPU performance will be also, because now the database has no overhead of like converting the binary data, whatever is sitting inside those IBD files, to convert in the SQL thing. Yeah, we are going to see like the disk IO and like CPU performance improvement.
Hi. I'm here. So I'm assuming this feature will be for version 16?
No, it's implemented in Frappe Cloud actually. So it's not a specific to framework or anything. Like it's a specific database specific feature. So there are many things. So it might not be possible to go directly with framework, because you need to access the database servers, their files, you need to copy the data back and forth, you need this snapshotting procedure. But the code is like open source. So if you just go inside this Frappe agent repository, so you will find like two files. One is database physical restoration and one is database physical backup. You can take a look, and if you want to implement something on your own way, then obviously you can do.
It's a version 13 site actually. Like I am asking them to update, of course, but
No. There is no version specific restrictions. It's just database level operation. So for any version or any generic app, this procedure is going to work.
Okay. We are slightly running behind the schedule, so if there are any further questions, I request you can connect with Tanmay one-on-one. That works? Okay.
Fine.
So, by the way, Tanmay is relatively new to the team, but he is already setting up very high standards for our experienced developers as well. He deserves one more round of claps, please. Okay, so our next talk is by a very experienced developer from the Frappe team. He has been with Frappe for more than 9 years. And for past 4 to 5 years, he has been working on stock and manufacturing module of ERP Next. Yeah, so we all know that ERP Next is easily customizable. It is very flexible. But if these customizations are not done as per the best practices, instead of working it in your favor, it might work against you, because you might face some challenges, some bugs. So today, Rohit is going to talk about best practices of customizations for YARPNext. Please welcome on stage, Rohit. Yeah, we are already here.
So hi everyone, and thanks Parth for the introduction. So why to follow the best practice? Okay, so why to follow the best practices while doing the customization? If you don't follow the best practices, obviously your customers might face the issues. And they won't be able to use the system properly, right? And again, it will create a question in their mind that whether the product is capable enough to handle their business operations or not. So, so it's our responsibility, it's developers' responsibility that their work should not suffer the customer's work. So, in last few years, I've seen a lot of support tickets because of the customization which was not done properly. Customer has lost their data. Some data has they faced a lot of issues. They won't be able to create the records properly. So based on that experience, I have prepared this talk. So I'm going to use a few use cases, real use cases, and will explain like what you should do and what you should not do while doing the customization. So this use cases I split into 3 parts. First one is logical, where the code itself has not written properly. The next one is the system level, where the customization, because of the customization, there are like database issues occurred. And next is the performance level issues, like because of the customization, the customer was facing the performance issues. So I'll start with the logical one. So first use case is like customer wants the additional 10% quantity on a delivery note because during the transit, there some items might damage. So this was the real use case. And to implement, the developer has written a server script on the stock ledger entry. So basically, most of you are aware that we create the stock ledger entry on the submission of the stock transactions to maintain the stock ledgers. And he has used the stock ledger entry to implement this logic of additional 10% quantity. But because of that, the quantity on the transaction level and the quantity on the stock ledger does not match. So if I create the delivery, let me create a delivery note. So this was the server script. So let me create a delivery note. So on a delivery note, the quantity was showing the 100, but after submission, if you see the stock, it was showing the different quantity. So because of that, the stock ledger report was not matching with the delivery note trends report. So I asked the developer, like, why you follow this approach? So he mentioned that he wrote another script before that, where he has used the standard field of quantity to create the additional 10% quantity. Even with that, there was an issue. So the issue was when the delivery nodes creates, on the first save, the quantity was calculated correctly as 110. But once the user has selected tags, the system has changed the quantity to 121. So many number of save, it was changing the quantity. So that's why he wrote the code on the server, stock ledger entry. So the right approach should be, you should not use the standard or core fields to do the customization, this kind of customization. So what you should follow? So you should create a custom field and keep the the sales order quantity. So here I created a custom sales order quantity field, and I set the sales order quantity in that field, and on that I calculated the additional 10% quantity. So yeah, so next, like mostly devs use the override doc type class. So we added this feature, override doc type class in framework, to extend the class method. But sometimes devs don't just extend the specific method, they basically override the whole complete class. So take an example. So user has created a custom serial and batch bundle class, and it has copied all methods from the original class and pasted as it is here. And he wanted to add one additional validation, and that's why he added that validation in the custom class. You can see this validation. So developers should understand that the Frappe teams are constantly fixing the bugs. They are constantly improving the code, fixing the security issues. So if you are writing such kind of code, their customer won't get the fixes. So then what could be the best case for override doc type class? So if you see the doc events basically have this functionality where you can extend the standard events, right? But with the doc events, the standard doc type validate will call first, and after that, the custom app validate will call. But since developer wants to call his custom validate function first, and then validate the standard doc type validate function, so he could use the override class, but for that he has to use the super validate function so that it will call the standard doc type method as well. Also, like most of the devs removes the mandatory properties of standard fields. Frappe teams adds the standard property on the fields because they have written some code on that fields, right? So take an example, like one of the dev has removed the mandatory property for the item code in the purchase order because he don't wanted to use the item code in the purchase order. I mean, it's fine, but obviously then the code won't work, right? And it has broken, the code has broken. So my suggestion for them was use the default item, maybe don't show that to the user, hide the field, whatever the use case you are handling, make sure the fields should not be, the mandatory property should not be removed. Our next use case, so one of the dev has created a custom doc type, delivery node branch transfer, and then he has created a serial and batch bundle, a stock ledger entry, and GL entry document against that delivery node branch transfer doc type. So he used the ChatGPT, and he just copied the code from the ChatGPT and pasted in the file. So after that, he started. So he able to submit that document, but when he tried to cancel the document, he started facing the issue. Because ChatGPT is smart, but ChatGPT doesn't understand how ERP-Next is complex, right? So try avoiding this kind of customization. He can use the standard doc type, which is a stock entry. And stock entry, using stock entry, you can do any operation on the stock. Like you can consume, you can add, you can transfer the stock. And even you can create your own stock entry type. So that's the feature of the stock entry. Next, people adds a lot of custom fields, and sometime while migrating or updating the site, they face the issue that the row size is too large. Because the MySQL has the limitation, you cannot add just more number of fields. And you can see how much row utilization done using the customized form for that specific tables. And in case if you are facing this kind of issue, you can create a new doc type and move all the custom fields into that doc type and link your standard doc type to the custom doc type. Also, you can use the length property to decrease the character size using the customized form. Also, we have a trim table feature. So what happens when you delete the custom field, system does not delete the columns from the database. So columns remains there in the database. So with the trim table, system removes such columns from the database as well. Next, explicit commit, and this is like, I don't know why people use the explicit commit, but because of this, I've seen a lot of issues. So this is again a system level bug. I'm going to explain. So before explaining the use case, I would like to explain some database concepts. So every database has a transaction cycle. Transaction cycle start, and there is a lot of SQL queries executes, insert, update, delete. And then atomicity ensures that all should be executed. And if everything is executing properly, then only do the commit. Commit means then only you should allow to save the data in the database. If something went wrong, a specific query has not worked properly because of some syntax error, then the atomicity roll back the complete transaction, even those were executed successfully. So we have maintained the same on a framework level. So not only the query, but also we check the Python code. If any Python code breaks because of some syntax error or validation, the system rollbacks the transactions. But people use the explicit commit, and that basically breaks the atomicity. So how that creates the problem? Let's try to understand with the use case. So the use case was the developer wants to transfer the stock from ERP Next to third-party app. And for that, they have used the stock ledger entry. So again, like once you submit the stock transaction, a system create the stock ledger entry for each line items. So for an implementation, he wrote a code on stock ledger entry. He sent the data to another app, another system, and get the response from that. So without explicit commit, it was running like, let's say there are 2 line items in the stock transaction. So first stock ledger entry will go. It will validate whether the stock has there or not. So second line item will go, because the second stock ledger entry will create later. It will get the response from the third-party app, and then system will validate whether the stock exists or not. So the implementation was not done properly. He should not use the stock ledger entry, because stock ledger entry, again, like it creates for each and every stock line item. So if you have 10 stock line items, 10 stock ledger entries will be created, right? So you should do the integration after completion of all, or after creation of all 10 stock ledger entries. And the commit happens after that. So he was facing some timeout error, and to solve the timeout error, he has explicitly used the frappe.db.commit in the stock ledger entry on submit method. He has basically override the on submit class method, and then use the explicit frappe.db.commit. Now, because of explicit frappe.db.commit, obviously the data has not saved completely. So what happened? Like the first item has synced properly, system has validated. Since he has used the frappe.db.commit, the data has saved in the database, then system has validated. Next, for the second item, again the commit has done, but here the stock was not there. But since because of the explicit commit, the system has submitted the transaction. So not this use case, but there are another use case. So one of the invoice has 9 line item, and user has submitted this invoice, but on a stock ledger entry is only created for 2 line items. And this has not happened for one sales invoice. This happened for 700 sales invoices. And the customer was like, I don't want to cancel the invoice. Could you please help me to, repost those SLEs entry? So this happened because of this explicit commit. So if you want to use the frappe.db.commit explicitly, make sure it should not break the atomicity. So again, like he has used the frappe.db.commit explicitly, so that's why. So next is like the customization has done properly. During UAT, the user has not faced any issue. But once go-live has done, the user started facing the performance issue, right? So to understand that, I have a use case. So let's say on submission of sales order, if the stock is not exist, the system should automatically create the purchase order. So for that, the code was written, and again, the performance issue was there. So I basically used the prun command to understand like which methods are running slow, and also I check the process list to find out which queries are running slow. So I found the code was written in the custom app. So if you see the code, so this is the code. So if you see the code, the gate doc has been used, and the customer was not able to submit the sales order, which had the more than 500 line items. So here the gate doc has been used in a line items, and gate doc is expensive. Like it gets the information not just from the parent table, but it gets the information from the child table as well. And we don't require the object here, right? Because we just have to find whether this item is purchase item or not, because we have to create the purchase order for that. And a default supplier has mentioned in the item or not. So for that, a simple SQL query can enough, but people use the gate doc, which slow down the performance. So avoid this kind of customizations. So yeah, that's it from my side. So please write a better code, which will create a low support tickets, and my work will be reduced. So there is a question related to delivery note, right? For a serial number, I guess someone has used. Yeah, so basically you can use the serial and batch bundle. We have implemented a serial and batch bundle to solve this performance issues. So there is a documentation for that. You can use that.
Thank you, Rohit, for that awesome session. For those of you who do not know, Rohit is one of the longest sustaining or maybe surviving member of the ERP Next team. And that was like a very informative session by him. Next up, we are going to have Hussein. He's our own in-house YouTuber. He has been at Frappe for 4 years. He started out, as most engineers do at Frappe, as part of the ERP Next team. Then he moved on to FC, and then he realized that people need education. And then for like past 1.5 years, he has been teaching people about framework. Please welcome him.
Hello. It's audible? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm not here to give a talk. So we are going to have a trivia game where the questions will be mostly related to Frappe as well as some general developer stuff. So everyone can play. So take out your phones and scan this code, or you can go to menti.com and put that code. Yeah, people have already started liking it. So yeah, just let me know if anybody has problem joining. Shall we start? Do you need a minute? So there are 15 questions. So when we start, you will see the question first, and then the options will be on your screen. Here also in your phone as well. And then you will be judged based both on correctness as well as speed. So the faster you answer, the more points you get, and the more higher rank you are on the leaderboard. Okay? So this is kind of like fastest finger first from KBC. Okay, so 114 people have joined. Nice. 100, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. 121. Should I freeze now or should I wait a minute? I'll wait for one more minute. 130. Nice. Who all have not joined yet? You're joining? Yeah, join fast. Wow, 146. Okay, that's interesting. $150. Who is left? Done? Shall we start? Yeah. It's not loading. Do you have a network issue? Loaded now? Okay. Done? Anybody left? No? Let's start. So we have 162 participants. And yes. Okay. Ready? Here's the first question. Look at your device. Which of this is not a document hook? You have 4 options: before save, after update, before discard, and the 4th option is on trash. Oh, the QR. So the correct answer was after update, and only 14 people got it. Before discard was added recently. Not a cheating, it is like not very recent as well. Rutvik added it when he implemented a feature for discarding draft documents. That's right, not so easy, right? So, ready for the next question? This is the current leaderboard. So there are 2 Johannas. Yeah, fastest is Johanna. Okay, let's go to the next question. Which language invented a Xerox Spark inspired Frappe framework? Options are Lisp, Mesa, Cedar, and Smalltalk. There's a typo in Smalltalk, but Smalltalk. The correct answer is Smalltalk. Next. Now the current leaderboard is Boti McBoatface. You should have put your real name right. Fine. But then if you win, you can't claim that, okay, this is my name. Right? Okay, next question. Question 4. Okay, it's not, wait. Something is wrong. Yeah, got it. Yeah, figured it out. Which of these apps is not based on Frappe framework? Options are Webshop, Agent, Raven, Frappe Slides. It's an easy one. Yeah, most of the people got it right. 60 people voted Webshop. So Webshop is also a Frappe app, Raven is a Frappe app, Slides. Agent is a Flask app. Next. Now the leaderboard is Faris on top. Next. Now we have more players. Okay. Oh, again the same issue. Fine. Yeah. So which pair of Google engineers authored the paper MapReduce, Simplified Data Processing on Large Clusters? So it is a 2004 very influential paper in distributed computing. Options are Jeffrey Dean and Sanjay Khemwat. Second is Eric Brewer and Urs Hosley. Larry Page and Sergey Brin, and Michael Stonebroker and David. So 44 people got it right. I knew that the third option would be the highest one. Let's see the new leaderboard. Yes, still Faris on top, and second we have Vaishali Vyas. Third is Rahul. Next question. Ready? This is an interesting one. How many doc types does ERP Next version 15 have? Option 1, 642. Option 2, 587. Option 3, 497. Option 3, 938. So I have kept it at ballpark so you can guess to the nearest. That's fine. $497 doc types. Nice. Let's see who is at the leaderboard now. Okay. Suraj. Nice. Ready? Which is the most starred GitHub project repo in the world? Option 1, OBS Studio. Option 2, Linux. Option 3, Free Code Camp. Option 4, Free Programming Books. 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is Free Code Camp. So it's not actually an app, but a platform. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Now Rahul was the fastest in this particular question, so Rahul is second. Suraj still remains on top. We still have half of the questions to go, so make it fast. Which of the following is not a valid hooks.py configuration? Doc events before restart, include JS after migrate. Not. Before restart. Correct. Let's see. Paris comes up again at second. Nice. Next question. Ready? This is maybe an easier. What does GPT in ChatGPT stand for? General purpose text, global processing technology, generative pre-trained transformer, or generative programming translator? Awesome. Majority of you got it correct, which is generative pre-trained transformer. The new leaderboard. There is a close fight going on. Ayush jumps on the leaderboard. Nice. Next question. This is related to framework as well. Which of this is an invalid doc status transition? Option 1, draft to cancelled. Option 2, draft to submitted. Cancelled to draft, submitted to cancelled. Draft to cancelled? How? This was also added in framework. So you can directly, so the previous question, right, where you saw that, okay, before discard hook, so discards doc status is cancelled. So that is why when you discard a draft document, it goes to cancelled. No issues. Let's see. Annapurna comes to second now. Okay, next question. Who is often credited as the father of iPod? Option 1, Tony Fadell. Option 2, Steve Jobs. Option 3, Steve Wozniak. Or option 4, John Ive. Steve Jobs. Option, the correct answer is Tony Fadell. He has also written a great book titled Build. So it's very relevant to Build. Let's see. Suraj is on top. Yeah. Who is R? He's on third now. Okay. We are nearing the end, so it's time to pick up. This is an interesting question. What is the best selling video game ever? Option A, Tetris. Option B, GTA 5. Option 3, Minecraft. Option 4, Wii Sports. Minecraft was the correct answer. GTA 5 is nowhere near. It is very recent game. Ever. Like, history of games. Wii Sports is nearby. It has like little less sales than Minecraft. Okay, the leaderboard remains almost the same. Next question. Now, Frappe Cloud team has an advantage in this question. In which year was the Frappe Cloud platform open sourced? 2020, 2021, 22, or 23? Because it's an easy question, right? The options needed to be hard. 2, 1. 22. Okay. Oh, Suraj still on top. But we had a shuffle of events. Okay. Next question. What was the name of the first widely used graphical web browser? Option A, Netscape Navigator. Option B, Internet Explorer. Option 3, Opera. Or option 4, Mosaic. Option D, Mosaic. Graphical was the key here. Let's see if there are any changes. Suraj still on top. R again comes to third and answered the fastest. Nice. Next question. Now there are only 2 questions remaining. Bell Labs, the renowned research and development organization, is currently a subsidiary of which company? Option A, AT&T. Option B, Lucent Technologies. Option 3, Nokia. Option 4, Ericsson. Subsidiary of which company? Bell Labs. Nokia is the correct answer. Currently. So Nokia acquired Bell Labs recently. Last question. I think the leaderboard might change a bit. Yes. Annapurna is on top, Suraj is second, Shubham is third. Last question. This will decide the winners. On your screens. What is the name of the database table behind system settings doc type? Tab system settings, tab single value, tab singles. This is my favorite question. Tab singles. So it's just one doc type for all the single type of doc types. Results. Oh, Aditya. Awesome. So yeah, let's give prizes. First, I would like to call Annapurna on stage. Who is? Huge round of applause. Okay. Next, Suraj, come on stage. No? You want to skip? Aditya? Come on stage. No? Okay, we are skipping that. Fine. Shubham, come on stage. Shubham? Clap, clap, clap. Slowly. Next we have R. That's the last, right? We had three. R skip, okay. Ribbit. Frappe team only. Rahul. As far as I know, there is no Rahul in Frappe, so yeah. Come. No skipping, come. Well played. People are still liking it. Nice. One more gift? Yeah, let's give gifts. Who is Yogesh? Yeah, is it Y or something? It's hidden. He's coming. Yeah, come on. Thanks everyone for playing. Lunch? No, if, yeah, we have given the hoodies, right? Hoodies, if the size doesn't match with what you need, you can contact the reception desk and get it changed. Thank you. Yeah, there is more. There is more. Ankush.
So we were deciding which contest to have, and then we came up with 2 ideas, and we are doing both of them. So we have another contest. This is going to be asynchronous. You don't have to, like, it will not be happening right now, but we will launch it now. It's called Capture the Flag. For those of you who have played Capture the Flag type of game before, it is very similar to those security Capture the Flag only. The idea of the game is, like, we have built one platform, and we have hidden 10 different flags in different places. And you need to use some knowledge of framework to find out where those flags are. And the rough guidelines are there are 10 challenges, and you will have 10 flags, one for each. Points are awarded for solving fast and solving it correctly. So you have to find the right flag, and you have to be as early as possible to get the most points. And top 10 get the prizes. And flags kind of look like this, so just so you don't get confused, they look like string flag with some random string in between. And contest ends tomorrow, end of the day. So you have quite a lot of time, but if you want to be ahead, you might have to skip lunch or something. Most challenges are related to framework, but not all of them, so just be aware. Some ground rules. First, I forgot to mention, but like some of you have gotten a chance to beta test this. You should not attempt this. That's clear cheating. So this is just for fun and learning. So like it's like don't be over competitive about this. Don't cheat by sharing the solutions. And team collaboration is fine. So like if you want to work in teams to solve some of these challenges, it is okay. But like just create one account. Don't create an account for all of your members. And some of the challenges require you to like find out hidden things. Just don't mindlessly spam the site. We'll monitor it so it stays up, but like don't try to DDoS this. We haven't spent that much time securing this. Lastly, don't try to hack the mainframe. Like the clues are not, you don't have to hack the server or SSH or anything. They are all in the web interface. That's it. This is the URL. You need to note this down. It's build-ctf.frappe.cloud. You can use your laptop to browse it and sign up, and then you will see the challenges. I'll leave the slide here. We can just, if you have any queries, you can reach out to me or Tanmay. Both of us know, like Tanmay built this, like 90% of it. I just had some ideas, and 10% of it is built by me.
Hello. Yeah, so thank you so much, Hussein. That was really fun game. Everyone was suddenly very attentive. But we have to break for lunch. I'm sure you all must be hungry. Lunch is served outside. See you all again in here at 2:40. Thank you. Scheduled for 5 p.m. In case if you have any topic, if you have a presentation, or even if you don't have a presentation, you can just add your pointers to the topic that you want to share on this link, and at 5 p.m. we will give you a time slot to give a quick 5 minutes or 10 minutes presentation. So anyways, continuing with the presentation, so our next speaker She has been working on LMS, and she has also contributed a lot into the backend activities that goes into Frappe School. I'm sure a lot of you might have seen Frappe School already. It is a learning platform. Currently, she is working on LMS. And if anyone is wondering how things work at Frappe, about the culture and the journey of a developer, she'll be sharing that as well. So please welcome on stage Jannat Patel.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jannat Patel, and I'm the product engineer of the Frappe Learning app. I joined Frappe in the year 2020, right in the middle of a pandemic. It's been almost 5 years since, and in these 5 years, I have seen the engineering team here go through multiple phases of evolution. How things are today were not how things were back then. Today, I'll be sharing with you guys some of the things that we did in the last few years that got us to where we are today. So, as I said, I joined in September 2020. Back then, there were only 3 teams in our engineering division: Framework, ERP Next, and Frappe Cloud. Majority of the engineers were a part of the ERP Next team. I was also a part of the ERP Next team. So when a new engineer joins, they're put through an onboarding process and a buddy gets assigned to them. The responsibility of the buddy is to make the new engineer familiar with our tech stack, our framework, guide them through their assignment, and also make them familiar with our culture. We make sure that we provide the new engineer with all the right resources, but there is not much hand-holding as such. The buddy assigned to me was Rucha Mahabal, and the assignment given to me was a drill-down version of the accounts module of ERP Next. Then once I completed my onboarding, I was put on customer support. Here at Frappe, we believe that the best way for any new teammate to understand a product is via customer support. I did support for 4 months, and this helped me a lot because I got to see the app actually in action. I got to see the different kinds of use cases. And because there were these tickets raised from different modules of the app, debugging them made me familiar with the different parts of the code base. So after 4 months, I wanted to try something else too. I expressed the same to the team. And then that same week, Rushabh put up a game plan post. There was a small revamping project that needed to be done. We used to have an organization back then called ERP Next Foundation that we later merged with FOSS United. But at that point, there were still 2 different apps and data was being maintained in 2 different places, and we wanted to merge them into one. That was the project. By the way, this is Game Plan, our internal communication forum powered by the Game Plan app. So when I saw this app, this post, I contemplated for an hour out of nervousness because I was still new. But then I reached out to Rushabh asking if I can take this up. He said yes, and I started working on this project. But then life had other plans. Some priorities changed at FOSS United's end. They wanted to start with Mon School, a learning platform that would teach programming to college students. They needed a learning system for it, and Rushabh asked if I would be interested in it. I was, and that is how Frappe Learning came into existence. A lot of other product engineers at Frappe have similar interesting stories of how they got started with their products. Saqib Ansari used to work on the accounts module of ERP Next. Now this module has very complex reports, and most of the times customers need reports that are very specific to their use case. And we have a report builder in Framework by default, but Saqib envisioned that having a business intelligence tool would make the lives of these businesses easier. And that is how Frappe Insights came into picture. 6 years ago, we did not have Frappe Cloud. We used to host our customers on our own servers using all traditional methods of deployment and hosting. We used to call that central. Frappe Cloud started purely as an experiment. What if you could just click a few buttons to update your bench and site? Well, that experiment turned out really well in our favor because as of today, our entire business model is based on Frappe Cloud. Faris Ansari started Frappe Books with the idea of providing a desktop alternative for ERP Next. And the components he used for that app, like buttons, inputs, dialogues, etc., were different from the ones used in our framework back then. A few years later, when he started working on Frappe Cloud, he wanted to use those same components. He copied them from Frappe Books to Frappe Cloud. Then a few more years later down the line, when he started working on Game Plan, he thought that it would really be uncool having to copy these components each time for each new product. This was also a time where a lot of new products were under development at Frappe. It made sense to extract these components in the form of a library, and this gave birth to Frappe UI. As of today, almost all the UI components of all our new products are powered by Frappe UI. The thing is, we keep getting ideas, and these ideas are open for anyone to pick and work on. Now, all of this development was roughly happening around the year 2021-2022. This was a lot of new products were under development then, and this was also a time when ERP Next had reached a certain level of maturity. This gave us a bandwidth to experiment with new products. Now, at that point, at Frappe, there were clearly two different categories of products. On one side were all the mature products like Framework, ERP Next, Frappe HR. And on the other end were all the new products like Frappe Learning, Insights, CRM, Help Desk, etc. All of these new products were in their infancy stage. And even though all of these products were very different from each other, they had similar journeys. All of them had to increase the number of signups. They had to increase the number of their active sites. They wanted to make a name for themselves in the market, and they wanted to find the right product market fit. We decided to group them into a team, and we called that team Labs. Under Labs, all of these products continued with their individual journey, but we started tracking some important metrics of these apps weekly on our all-hands meeting. Those metrics were comparing how much increase did we see in sign-up compared to past week, what has been the increase in number of active sites, what has been the retention for the past 8 or 14 weeks, etc. Discussing these metrics every week gave the engineers an idea of if they were moving in the right direction. And then with time, eventually, Labs sort of became the cool kids club. This was Ritvik Sardana the day he found out that Help Desk needed a product engineer and that he can take it up. So how did these apps come into existence? Our way of working is not at all traditional. When we start a new product, we don't have any official meetings on the various phases of shipping. We don't have any official documentation on user stories, their workflows, etc. We do, however, have multiple informal brainstorming sessions. It happens while we're working. It happens at lunch. It happens during our popular chas breaks after lunch. I have even seen brainstorming happen on our bus rides during our offsites. And then when it comes to execution, it's just the engineer with their ideas and their thoughts. They sit and craft the app all by themselves with complete creative freedom. Over the next few months, the engineer works on a POC, taking feedback and regularly iterating on it. In most of the recent cases, the POCs were very quick. Like for example, in case of Frappe CRM, Slides, and Studio, the POC was just made in 2 months. All of this is possible only because of autonomy. And because of it, we've seen most engineers outperform even their own expectations. When it comes to good work, having a sense of ownership is very important. And that is what we do at Frappe. Every single engineer is either responsible for an app or a module in that app. And because of it, we've seen great potential being unlocked in these engineers, and the result has only been good work. This is also something that we look for when hiring new engineers. We do give an assignment during our interview process, and technical skills are very important. But we do also assess if the candidate would fit here culturally. During the interview, we ask random questions that would make the candidate feel that this interview is going in some random direction, but this is our way of finding out, getting to know the person better and getting to know how that person would be able to work with us better. So what happens when these apps are ready? We don't have an official testing team, but that does not mean our apps don't get tested. We eat our own dog food, which means that any product that has come out of Frappe gets launched internally first, months before their official launch. And then over the next few months, these various teams use the app every single day and keep on providing their feedback and reporting issues. In fact, one of the many reasons we start with any new product is because we want to use them in the first place. But the grass has not always been green. As I said, all of these apps were under development at the same time. Where do you think the engineers for these new products were coming from? They were being poached from ERP Next and Framework team. Nabeen was having a really hard time convincing engineers to stick to the ERP Next team. In fact, at one point, 2x salary was being offered to any engineer who promised to do support for accounts and stock module for a year. But none of these tricks were working. As I said, labs had become the cool kids club and everyone wanted to be cool. So when it came to these new products, we were not having a hard time finding any engineer for it because internally there were a lot of takers. We ended up hiring new engineers for ERP Next and Framework. And then Nabeen later had, and her confidence gave me the assurance that I needed. And I never had any conversations with her because we never worked together and things were still remote back then. But on the one universal truth at Frappe has always been the belief in open source. ERP Next was made open source in the year 2010, first on Google Code and then on GitHub. But, and all of the other apps that followed have been open source right from their launch. But we were not always honest when we said that all of our apps were 100% open source. So as I said, back in those days, when we were moving in the direction of making Frappe Cloud our bread and butter, Press and Agent, the two repositories that power Frappe Cloud, were not open source for obvious reasons. But then one day, the hypocrisy of it all hit Aditya hard, and he called it out to the entire team openly and expressed that Press and Agent both should be made open source. Obviously, this was not taken lightly. There was an outburst of concerns from our entire sales team because in their eyes, this was plain suicide. It took a lot of discourse and conversation to convince the team that this would not be the end of Frappe. Both Press and Agent were made open source in the year 2022, 2 years after the inception of Frappe Cloud. We have since been 100% open source. And this has been the way major decisions have been made at Frappe. Anytime something new gets proposed or a flaw gets called out in our existing system, things get debated on and discussed till a majority is reached by voting and a consensus is reached. Everyone gets a vote, and that is our way of ensuring that democracy stays alive in our workplace. Now, in all that I shared today, there is one thing that ensures that this system of transparency, autonomy, and freedom works, and that is trust. Without trust, this entire system would just crash. And it's not like we've not seen any downsides of it. We've seen drawbacks of this system. But in our case, the hits have most certainly outweighed the miss. The sales team trusted Aditya's pitch of making Press open source, and today, almost 2 years after that decision, Frappe Cloud is the biggest revenue generator at Frappe. Our entire team at Frappe trusted the engineers in the labs team when their products were not making any revenue, and as of this year, 7 products have graduated out of labs because now they're generating revenue for us and they're no longer infants. New things have to start by assuming good faith in all parties involved. That is how Frappe did it. That is how we went from having a single product, ERP Next, to a suite of products and a stable business model. That is all from my end today. Thank you so much for giving me your time. Any questions? Cool then.
Thank you, Jannat, for sharing all those amazing tidbits about the culture at Frappe. I'm sure people really enjoyed that talk. Next up, we have Sagar here. Sagar joined Frappe about 3 years ago, sorry. He joined as part of ERP Next, as most engineers do. For past year, he has been working on Frappe Mail, and there are some pain points, and he is here to simplify those for us.
I am Sagar, and I am an engineer at Frappe, working on Frappe Mail. So, and today I am going to show you how you can self-host email with Frappe Mail. So, what is Frappe Mail? Frappe Mail is a mail system deployment tool which comes with an inbuilt mail client, easy to use APIs, and an admin dashboard for managing your domains and accounts. We use a stalwart mail server as the backend, a modern and powerful open source mail server that supports SMTP, IMAP, JMAP out of the box. I'll cover everything you need to know about Frappe Mail and how email system works in general. So what does self-hosting email mean? Instead of relying on services like Gmail or Outlook, you host and manage your own mail server. Emails are staying on your server, not a third-party cloud. This gives you full control over data, security, and policies. Managing a mail server requires setting up SMTP, IMAP, DNS records, spam protection, and ensuring good deliverability. Email providers like Gmail handle everything for you, but self-hosting means you take full responsibility of email security, uptime, and maintenance. In short, you can say self-hosting gives you more control, but also more responsibility at the same time. Why self-host? It gives you full control over data. Emails stay on your server, not a third-party cloud. Means no data tracking or scanning by external providers. Cost saving, no vendor lock-in, no per user subscription fees, avoid price hikes and restrictive terms from providers. Customization and scalability, configure email services to fit your needs, add custom filtering, spam protection, and automation. Security and compliance, set up your own encryption, spam filtering, and security rules, meet GDPR and other compliance standards. Let's see some basics of email infrastructure. SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. It used for sending emails between servers, handles communication from client to sender server to receiver server. Then we have IMAP and POP. IMAP stands for Internet Message Access Protocol, and POP stands for Post Office Protocol. Both are used to fetch emails from your server to your client. In IMAP, emails stay on the server and sync across multiple devices. In comparison, POP downloads local emails to a local device and deletes them from the server. JMAP, JSON Meta Application Protocol, a modern replacement for SMTP and IMAP using JSON over HTTP, completely replace IMAP and partially replace SMTP. SMTP is used for sender like server-to-server communication in a JMAP environment. A mail is a combination of multiple components, including an SMTP server, IMAP and POP server, and additional tools like spam filtering, reputation monitoring, and all. SMTP server is also known as MTA, Mail Transfer Agent. Open source options for mail servers are Stalwart, the one we use, and Mox. Open source option for MTA is Postfix, Haraka, and Exim. Docode and Cyrus IMAP for IMAP and POP server. Email journey from sender to inbox. So the client refers to the tool to send email like such as Frappe Mail client. It opens an SMTP connection to the sender's mail server, example smtp.frappemail.com. This server is usually a reverse proxy or a load balancer, forwarding requests to one of the connected SMTP servers. Port like 465 and 587 are used for SSL and TLS. Custom ports can also be configured. These SMTP servers together form the mail cluster. The sender server performs an MX mail exchange lookup using a DNS resolver. The DNS server responds with the recipient domain mailbox MX records ranked by priority. The sender server establishes an SMTP connection with the highest priority MX server, which in this case is mxa.example.com. Port 25 is used for this connection as it's the standard for email delivery. The recipient's MX server is also typically a mail cluster, but for simplicity, I am representing it as a single SMTP server. First, it performs checks like DNS blacklist and reverse DNS to filter out the spam senders and bots. Then authentication checks are performed like SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. SPF verifies if the sender's IP is authorized to send emails on behalf of the domain. DKIM ensures the email body has not been altered by validating the cryptographic signature. Then DMARC enforce SPF and DKIM policies to either reject, quarantine, or accept the email. In Frappe Mail, we enforce reject policy, meaning no emails failing both SPF and DKIM checks are immediately rejected to prevent email spoofing. Next, policies like maximum recipient limit, maximum message size, custom rules are applied. Next, spam filters analyze the email content and sender reputation. Suspicious emails are either flagged or rejected. Once validated, the email is stored in the recipient's inbox on the mail server. The recipient server fetches the email using IMAP or POP3. IMAP emails remains on the server and sync across multiple devices. POP3 emails are downloaded to a local device and deleted from the server. So what are the challenges of running an email server? Deliverability issues. Email may land in spam or junk folders. Requires proper SPF, DKIM, and DMARC setup. Some ISPs block or throttle self-hosted mail servers. Spam and abuse protection. Need anti-spam filtering like Spam Assassin or RSpamD. Protect against outbound spam by performing a spam check and local sender reputation management. Rate limiting and monitoring are required to avoid blacklisting. Then you may face DNS configuration issues, which requires correct MX, SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records. Reverse DNS must be set for outbound servers in order to deliver email to legitimate email service. Then security risk. So mail servers are frequent target for DDoS attack and brute force attempt. You need TLS encryption and authentication like SMTP auth. Prevent open relays to avoid spammers using your servers. Then reputation management. New or self-hosted mail servers start with a low reputation. Shared hosting IPs may already be blacklisted. You need to warm up IPs and monitor blacklists like Spam House and RBL. So how Frappe Mail simplifies self-hosting? Easy deployment, pre-configured setup with essential email components. No need to manually configure SMTP, IMAP, or DNS records. Built-in deliverability tools, automatic SPF, DKIM, DMARC setup. Reputation monitoring and email queue management. Spam and security management. Integrated spam filtering and abuse protection. Supports TLS encryption and authentication. Domain and account management, web-based UI for managing your mail domains, accounts, group, and aliases. Multi-tenant and multi-domain support. Scalable and open source. Designed to scale from a small setup to enterprise use. You can expand it vertically or horizontally. Then fully open source, no vendor lock-in. Now I'll show you how you can self-host email with Frappe Mail. A quick demo. And so there are 3 prerequisites. First, you need a site with the mail app installed. I have this site on Frappe Cloud with the mail app installed. Second, you need a domain with DNS access, which is bunniesbakery.in in my case. Third, you need a virtual private cluster or server to deploy the mail server. Additionally, I have added this 2 DNS A records, one for bunniesbakery.in to point to the Frappe Mail site, basically the Frappe Cloud site. Second is mail.bunniesbakery.in to point to the virtual private server or droplet I have. And you can ignore this below 3 DNS record. These are name service record to use the DigitalOcean as my DNS provider. And yeah, I am here using 1 GB 1V DigitalOcean droplet, which is BLR region. So yeah, so before proceeding, we'll perform 2 lookups on this IP address. First is Spam House to make sure this IP is not in the Spam House blacklist. So those who don't know, Spam House is a popular blacklist tool, widely used, like it's free actually. Yeah, for some reason this is not loading. Yeah, we can do with this MX toolbox. So there are multiple blacklists you need to keep in sync. So suppose you have hundreds of IPs. So that definitely might be a CIDR block or something. So you need to make sure these IPs are not in the blacklist. So as you can see, this IP is pretty much looks clean. So these are open, open blacklist. Might be possible this IP is blocked in Outlook or Gmail. So I'm ignoring the Spam House check because it's not opening. And second check is we'll do with this reverse IP lookup. So whenever you want to send an email to any legitimate service like Gmail, Outlook, Yahoo, so they will check for this PTR lookup, or you can say reverse IP lookup. So here is the IP address of my droplet, which is pointing to mail.bunniesbakery.in. So this is the this should exactly match with the droplet hostname. In DigitalOcean, you can simply set the PTR record by setting up the hostname as the fully qualified domain name of your mail server. Every email service has a different way of doing this. So now I'm going to log into this site. It's visible at the end, right? So I'm going to mail settings. This is also slow. I'll add my domain here. So this domain is useful, required for, you can consider of this root domain name as the domain where you want to run your email service. So Frappe Build is not a single, a tool to deploy a single email system for a domain, but it gives you a full email service. So my email service will run on this domain. Second, I'm going to use DigitalOcean as my DNS provider. So what this is going to do is, so suppose you add a new server to your cluster, then it will update your DNS records, right? So you don't need to manually add DNS records whenever you add a server or maybe new domain you add. The DKIM key we created is we stored in this bunniesbakery.in domain only. So for this, this is asking me for a token. So I'll get it from here. By the way, currently we only have support for DigitalOcean. So it's an interface. So you can simply add AWS and your preferred DNS provider. Now I'm going to create a cluster. Since we are doing a simple setup with single server, I simply use the hostname as my mail server's hostname. Priority is used for the MX record we have seen in the earlier slides. Password, you can set a custom password also, and if you leave it blank, it will generate a new password. Then you can add your stores as you want. We have multiple stores. Additionally, you can set up this listeners for like on what port you need to run your submission and submissions and all. So now a cluster is a group of servers, right? So now I can create a mail server inside it. You can also click this if you only want an outbound server. Again, since we are doing a simple setup, I'll adding server's hostname directly here. I don't have a TLS certificate right now, so also generating one via the ECMI provider. Now, saving this document will generate a mail server config. So this is the configuration file required for setting up the Stalwart mail server. So now I'm going to SSH into my mail server. Currently, this step is manual. Like you need to log into your server, then install it via the installation script, which will soon be automated via Ansible. So now so Stalwart has this config toml thing, a file where configuration is stored for Stalwart mail server. I'm going to remove that file. Now we'll update that file with this one generated by Frappe Mail. Restart this service. Make sure it's running. It will take some time to generate TLS certificate. Let's wait for it. Now it's generated. So you can see it's HTTPS. So username is Frappe, as we set in the mail cluster doc type document. Yeah, so this is your stalwart mail server dashboard. Actually, you don't need this because Frappe Mail handles everything. But for just in case, I am like showing you, so if you want to like customize it on a deeper level. Now I'll log into the mail UI. Adding the domain. So this asking me for adding this verification key in my DNS record. So you can either use DNS record doc type or maybe directly add to your DNS provider. For now, I'm directly adding to my DNS provider. So this record is basically used for verification, like the domain bunniesbakery.in is owned by me. So this is a generic process. Every domain need to be followed. So after adding the DNS record, you need to wait for like 2-3-5 seconds. Now these are the authentication records we talk about in the previous slides, like DKIM, SPF, and DKIM all. So yeah, so this, let me explain this. So this is SPF record, which is including underscore SPF, which is a root SPF record added here, as you can see. So this includes mail.bunniesbakery.in. In short, you can say it allowing mail.bunniesbakery.in to send emails on behalf of this domain. Second is this CNAME record. So this is for DKIM key. So we host the key in the, not directly to your domain. Instead, we use a CNAME record to pointing it to a root domain, what do you say, a host of a root domain, a subdomain basically. So this helps us to easily rotate the DKIM keys when needed. User can also rotate it, like from here, you can see rotate DKIM keys. So this is good for good for security point of view. So whenever, in case you think your key is leaked or maybe a similar thing, so you can simply maybe restore it. Or we also have a job to restore it on every week or month. Third is demarc record. So this is this RUA is telling the receiver server to send demarc. So demarc report to this address, which is demarc@bunniesbakery.in. So this is common. This will be common for all the domains you add to this mail service. You can say bunniesbakery.in. Okay. Last one is the MX record. This is used for receiving emails. So if this is not set, Frappe Mail is not, Frappe Mail kya, like any email service can't accept email if this record is missing or like pointing to a null MX and all. We'll wait for 3-4 seconds before verifying. Yeah, so this domain is verified. Now I can add mailboxes, or you can say accounts. So by default, mail account is created for dmark@bunniesbakery.in, which is for receiving dmark reports. So I'll add a team at bunniesbakery.in. Since we don't have a default account set up in Frappe, email account, we can't send invite. So I'm unchecking this and adding the user directly. So this is pretty much simple mail client, as you can see in Gmail and all. So you can send email, like compose an email and send. But we are not going to do this. Instead, I'll set up an show a demo of how multi-tenancy work in Frappe Mail. So what we're going to do is, first we set up a default mail account. Selecting service as Frappe Mail. So this site will be bunniesbakery.in in our case. Maybe this will ask you for API key and secret, right? So you can generate it from here, or you can simply generate it from here also. So these are user keys. So this will do a verification call to bunniesbakery.in to make sure the credentials are valid and the account is active. We'll make it as a default outgoing account. Now I'll let me open a new browser or something. So this will send me an email with the verification code. So this is the mail. Let me put this down. So as you can see, the checks are also passing, like SPF, TKIM and all. So now I can set up my tenant. So suppose Frappe. So now this is my tenant, and as you can see, so this one is the default tenant you get, right? And this one is the tenant I signed up for. So in this case is Frappe. I can simply add a new domain here. So on a single tenant, you can have multi-domain, and you can also have multi-tenants. Similar, the verification record. And yeah, you are on the same page, right? So you can verify this DNS records and simply add your members. So this is like separation of accounts and all with using multi-tenancy at Frappe Build. So this is the private beta joining link. So you can scan this, and if you are interested, you can fill out this web form. So whenever we are starting private beta, you will get a notification from us. I already saw that, like both this team at bunnyspectre.in, right? Okay, yeah, sure. I think simply log into this. So this is the email. You can say the sent email. So this is, there is some issue, like this is not loading. Okay. But yeah, you can send an email from here also. Suppose frappe.io, then do hello. So this is this. Yeah, so thanks. That's it from my end. Do we have time? So questions is all. We can do a short Q&A about 1 or 2 minutes. So anybody have any questions? He has a question.
First of all, that's the craziest live demo I have seen in recent times.
Thanks. Thank you.
I mean, the whole stalwart setup will take a day for us to read the documentation and get it up and running, and you've done it under 15, 20 minutes max. So I have 2 questions. One is on the, so we as a studio have a specific use case, or like many other companies, internal email hosting, which is within the firewall. So is it possible for us to do the same in an internal setup? Because I saw the DNS provider, which is supported only for DigitalOcean right now. So does it require dev effort for us to be able to host it internally? Or
so there are less effort. We also have planned to switch to AWS Route 53 for DNS records. DigitalOcean I am using because servers are also there, so that's the reason. You can maybe 1 or 2 months we can add other DNS providers as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Anybody? Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Sagar. That was really good. Live demos are always tricky, and he pulled it off really well, so kudos to you. So we'll move on to the next talk. Our next talk is also by a very experienced Frappe developer. Just like most other Frappe developers, she also started her Frappe journey with Frappe Framework and ERP Next, and then later she moved on to Frappe Healthcare. And then for a very long period of time, she was single-handedly managing Frappe HRMS. About 6 or 7 months back, she also decided to join the Cool Kids team, as Jannat mentioned, and she started building her own application. I'll not give any spoiler. She has an interesting demo to show. So yeah, over to you, Rucha Marble.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So I'm Rucha Mahabal. I think Parth already introduced me, so I won't spend more time on it. So I'm here to talk about all the things that have been going on in Frappe Studio. So this time we'll create a point of sale POS app in Studio. So I'll be demonstrating that now. This is a small mock-up of what it will be. So there would be 2 pages. One is the invoices list, and the other is our POS page with a split pane. So on the left side, you have all the items in ERP Next. Search your items, and on the right side, you enter the customer name, do the billing, totals, and checkout, and a POS invoice will be created. So let's start. So we create a new app, give a title and some route for our app, so point of sale. And we'll start by building a simple list view for invoices. So I'll start with a container, adjust layouts here. I'll drop a sidebar for navigation. We'll have one more container on the right-hand side. We'll have a header. And one more to house our list view for invoices. We'll add some padding to that. We'll drop a list view. So in the header, we already have a side navigation menu, so we'll just have the title here. And so now let's configure each of these individual components, right? So there is the sidebar. So in the sidebar, I'll have 2 navigation items. One is the point of sale page, and other is the invoices list. And for the list view, we'll have to connect data from the backend. So we'll add a data source for invoices. We'll select the document type, which is invoice, and all the fields we need. We'll select all here. And we don't have formatter functions for our amount field here, so we can transform the data to format the list view. So this is how our data sources panel looks. You can go and explore the data on the panel. And then we'll connect the list view. So we'll have all the columns required, like customer, quantity, amount, and we'll just connect the data with invoices.data. And we'll have our list ready for POS invoice. So now our next page is, at least some parts of it are going to be similar, right? Like we'll still have a sidebar, so we'll just duplicate a page, the same page for this, and we can configure the page title and route for each page here. So I'll call this point of sale, and this is supposed to be our home page. So we'll switch the app home here. And we'll remove the things we don't require. So header will change to point of sale. And we don't need the list view. We'll be building the point of sale page over here. So So as I said, we have two panes here, right? So we'll have a split view. We'll add containers to that so that it spans the entire height. And these are the slots of left and right side of the container where you can drop in more components. So I'm just adjusting the styles for it to span the entire height. So we created a split view. Now we ran out of primitive components here, like we had list view, we had buttons, text blocks, so we can build our own layouts. So the item card that will show up for each item, I can start by drawing it here. I'll put an image view, make it flex, adjust the styles, add the text blocks for the item name, adjust height to and width to fit the content within the card. And we'll add some padding, also some border color for our card. We need two text blocks here. One is for the item name, other is for the price. So we have all these options of font sizes, font weight coming from Frappe UI, espresso, theme variables. So the first one will be for item name and the second one will be for the price. And price is usually bolder than the name for your POS item. So yeah, and we'll adjust the container to be center aligned. And we can also add tailwind classes on the fly on the any layout. So we'll make the background white, add a cursor pointer to give, and some feedback when you hover on a card, right? You want to change the surface, the background to gray to give user feedback. So this is just one card. Like you won't create, how many items you have, you won't create that many cards. So we can create repeating layouts connected with data using repeater. So for that first, so for this card, we'll create a repeater. For that, we need a data source. So I'll pull items from the backend, and I'll select item code, name, description, image, and the rate. And I'll add the new data source here. So my items are pulled in. I can right-click on this and say repeat block, and I can connect it to the data that we just fetched. So this will be items.data. So it created the repeating components. Now we want to wire each of the sub components, right? So all image views. So this is, imagine this like a for loop. It's a repeater. So every item can be accessed using data item. So I can say data item.image. So we have all the images for our items. Similarly for the name. And finally the price. So it's editing all the components in the repeater together. And we'll also add a rupee symbol for formatting. Currently it's static. I didn't build a formatter function here. So the next thing is we have the items on the left-hand side, and right-hand side, whenever we click on an item, we want to populate the billing items. So for that, we need variables and scripts. So this is our container, and what I can do is I won't create the layout again. I can copy paste anything from any other page. So I have a pre-created layout over here for the list. So I'll add a variable for billing items, which will show up on the right-hand side. It's an object type variable with initial value as an empty array. And now whenever you click on a container, we have to push that item into that item list. So you can attach a script to this. So if it's not there, we push it. If it's there, we increase the quantity of an existing item in the billing list. And then again, this is a list again, right? So we are going to need a repeater here again. So all the other things are already wired, like description, the name, and price. I'll again repeat this block. This time, instead of connecting it to a backend data source, I'm connecting it to billing items, which is our variable we just added. And my data key, unique key, is item code. I can add some empty state message for my repeater here. And I publish, so this is how it works. So we still see quantity 0 because we have not wired the quantity bit yet. Yeah. So the next thing we do is the increment, decrement buttons for each card, right? So when you click on any minus button, you want to decrement the quantity for that item from the billing items. And when you do plus, and if you are like if there was just one item, just remove it from the list. And if it's increasing, you just increase the quantity there. So I have wired those scripts. And this is how it looks with the wired script. So again, like adding items, I have the quantity coming over there. Now I can use the buttons to increase, decrease, remove items. So that also you just set on one set of items and the repeater takes care of all the recurring instances of that. Now what we have is the billing list. Now I want to calculate the total. So I have to watch for changes in the billing list. So I kind of subscribe to the billing items array. And I see whenever it's changing, I want to keep updating the total, right? For calculating totals, we can add watchers. So, sorry. I have these two variables added for total, quantity and amount, which are wired with these text blocks below, where the total will be shown. And then I can go to the code tab and add a watcher on some source. So here it's billing items, and I add a script to, so whenever it changes, I'm recalculating the quantity and amount. Amount is rate into quantity, and I set it in my variables. So I have my watcher on billing items. So now you can see I add these things. My total, quantity, and amount below are changing as I and other thing we can build is item search, right? Because you won't have just 8 items there. So for that, we can drop a text input field here. I'll make it full width. And components give you a way to customize them. So for example, here I want to add a prefix icon for searching. I'll first change the placeholder to search, and I can see all the available slots over here. So I can select prefix, and I see a search icon prefixed into the text input. Now I declare a variable for search text. So I have to keep a track of whatever the user is entering. And I sync that variable to my text input. So whenever the user starts typing, it will get synced with that variable. And I'll add one more variable for getting me the filtered items list. So this is again an object type with empty list array. I'll add one more watcher. So now I want to watch the search text. Whenever the search text is changing, I want to, this is a simple dumb search, like you just check whatever item names match that. And I also don't want it to be lazy. I want to run it immediately so that my list is not empty at first. So I'll have to change the wiring for my repeater here. I'll have to tell it to look up items list first based on users' search input and fall back to my backend data. So I start searching and we'll fix the grid also. And then finally, all the things are working. At the end, you want to post an invoice in the backend. So invoice creation, for that, we have a checkout button. And we have also added a customer name field on top for walk-in customers. So I can wire the click event to insert a document. I can select the document. It will automap variables of same names with the fields that you have in the backend. Other variables you can map explicitly. And I can add the success and error messages that will show up when this invoice gets successfully submitted or fails. So now my grid is fixed. I add all the items I need. And I enter the customer name. I can remove, change, tweak this. And then I hit checkout and I get invoice submitted, toast. So I can go and check in my backend, the invoice got created with all the data. I can just go to my invoices list and also check. Pardon, it should have been descending. So this was the whole demo of a simple POS page. It's not like fully functional POS, but at least whatever you see on the screen works. So with that, like the demo comes to an end here. I just want to say that I would like to acknowledge that we always build on top of others' work. So all the primitive things with canvas and style utils and all of that comes from Frappe Builder. So thanks to Suraj Shetty because of that I could extract a lot of components. And secondly, Frappe UI, Faris started Frappe UI, and since then many developers have been contributing to it. Sharik, Saqib, Ritvik, Jannat, Gurshin, Hussain, Suraj, everyone, Arjun. So all the primitive components that you see which are being dropped on the canvas come from all these amazing engineers, so we can give a clap for them. So this is not it. I'm going to make Studio open source today. I think it's taking some time to. Yeah, so having said that, this is like really in an experimental stage still. Like there are a lot of things coming in, being experimented. So it's in an early development stage. You can give it a try, but I wouldn't recommend production use immediately, but we'll roll out a stable release eventually. Yeah, that's it. That was my talk. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, I mean, mostly all the components that we ship with Frappe UI are mostly responsive, but the layouts that you build with it, you might have to tweak some styles like you would do in Builder. But we try to keep the components built as responsive as possible. Any other?
The main difference between the Frappe Build and Studio we can see is like a lot of database related connections are all possible. That's straightforward, I can see. But is there anything else we have obviously find a difference between Builder and...
So the reason you see the reactivity working so well is because the rendered app is a view app, unlike Frappe Builder, which is HTML. And for websites, we need server-side generated stuff for SEO and all. So that's one major difference. Studio is more closer to, you can look at it as an extension to framework to build layouts and stuff faster. So it will be more connected to your data. And while Builder is a first-class web publishing tool. But there might be intersections where you don't care about what's the underlying stack and you could pull some things off with both the tools.
Thank you.
Hi, so are you guys planning to export this app as a PWA like we do? Generally, we create, let's assume HRMS. So HRMS has a front end which has a view app for front end. Similarly, is this studio going to export in such a way?
So the plan is like your doc type JSON gets exported. This also will get exported in some way so that contribution and maintaining your apps is easier. It doesn't always sit in just one database. That's in the list of features. But PWA is not like the service worker and all. It doesn't come right now out of the box in Studio. You still will have to do it on your own. Yeah. Anything? Yeah.
How did you manage to use stable classes? Because that happens during compile time, right? Did you get the question? Or?
Yeah, so in the renderer, I have app component, which is like the tree which is rendered dynamically. I store the blocks in the backend, but I have a computed property. So there are a certain set of classes which always work for basic things. For other things, you can also use raw styles on top of it.
Right. But if it's like a non-standard like Tailwind class, let's say text hyphen brackets 13px.
No,
that
that
work,
won't work.
Yeah.
Done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rucha. That was really great. So next we will have a quick tea break. We have around 45 minutes for tea break. Use this tea break to network with others as well. And after tea break we have a couple of more flash talks that we'll go through. And then we have open mic sessions. So yeah, see you again here at 5.
Sponsors and our official partners. These are Hybro Labs, Accenture, and Navari. Thank you for your contributions. Now we'll be starting with the flash talks. First up, we have Nitya. She is a product head at Value Pitch. In the past 6 months, she has led 75 plus ERP Next automations. And she's here to talk about AI and automation.
Hello everyone.
I'll just take a moment to present. Yes. So today's topic will be the automation with ERP Next. So we will discuss this topic with the case study. So let's get deep into it. Yeah, so this is my introduction. I head the product at Value Pitch. I'm a solution architect, lead the 75 plus ERP automations, speak on AI automation and digital transformation. So you can connect me on LinkedIn. Next this is about my company. So we are a tech-driven product company focused on automation and intelligent digital transformations. So we offers various product suite across the clients in BJV and the banking fintech sectors. So these are some of our core products. So let's dive into the problem statement. Okay, so most of you have managed the social media, and many times it happens that you have managed more than one brand. So for each brand, have you faced the problem that you have to go through the process of making it, approval, then uploading on time, and in this time you sometimes miss the deadlines as well. So if this sounds relatable, today we will solve this problem using an ERP Next and the NA10, which is again an open source platform, which helps to automate using an ERP Next. So so what we are going to, it looks like if you have multiple brands, like let's say, take example of Frappe, that Frappe have Frappe, ERP Next, multiple brands. So now with the multiple brands, it is not just that you are going to post on LinkedIn, Facebook. So you have to post on several channels. So how does the current looks like? Approval delays because you have to manually approve it, spreadsheets, missed timelines, across. So all of this led to the burnout and inconsistency in you. So let's see how we will solve this. So we use the Frappe as a one central system to manage it all. And for the approvals, instead of making a spreadsheet, sending an emails, or just sending WhatsApp randomly to the client, we will manage all these interactions through ERP Next, automated by an it. Obviously, it will save time and brand consistency. So we'll just quickly walk you through the process. Let me know. I'll just full share it. Yes. Is it visible? I hope the process is visible. Okay. So what does the typical social media project looks like? So first of all, you have to create the project schedule, then create a monthly schedule, then create the content to be posted, then you have to make that post ready to review, then to the WhatsApp. So in the WhatsApp, there can be 3 things can happen: approve, disapprove, or if you want to impromptu post something. So all these and manage going to the different verticals. Then once based on the actions, is it approve, disapprove, or post now, you can again track the engagement in the social media post, that how it works. So we will quickly deep dive into a small video that how it works. So this is a typical social media posting. So I just take the screenshot from our backend. This video is recording the real original. So what is happening is, let's say this is the post which is going to be posted, and it is being there. So let's say if someone has uploaded it manually, or they have to, it is automatically done. Here we are showing manually because Canva is not open source and this is an open source community. So we are taking it manually, this thing. But we can create this also using Canva in our day-to-day life using their APIs. So just upload it. Now this photo is completed. Now we will send this to approval on the WhatsApp. So we'll just see how it looks. Yeah, so as you can see, now the photo which we posted there comes on the WhatsApp. Thus this post is scheduled on this is the creative, and this is the caption. So there's no caption, so caption does not come. So you will get 3 options: approved, not approved, post now. Let's do post now right now. So if you see post now, let's go to the Instagram. So it will say that the thanks, your post is live, please see on Instagram. So now let's log in into Instagram. Okay, so here we are logging into Instagram, and we can see that the post is just now created. We'll just refresh, and this is created 24 seconds before. So like this, the post has been scheduled because we have selected the post now, and the status automatically updates here, posted. Now what happens if we disapproves or approve? So if we generally disapproves, it will just stored and post on that day. And what happens if it disapproves? So let's see. So now we are getting one more post, and we are making it disapprove. So let's select not approved. We'll just select this button and this. So now this will go to the content manager that this post is not approved, and this will relocate it to some other content manager, the person who built the content, and it shows the status reallocated, so that the new picture will be uploaded, and then once it is done, again completed, and again the same loop can be happen. So now this is the process flow. So now let's see how we can build it using N8 and the ERP Next, which both are open source. You can self-host them, and you can work with them. So yeah, so here, if the demo I have shown you is built on 2 layers, ERP Next and N8. So if you ask me what's the work of N8 with the ERP Next, so what does it do? It does the connection part. So suppose if you are not from, if you don't want to code, and if you don't want to, then you will use this automation software. What does ERP Next is doing in this entire workflow is, it's manage the storage, manage status tracking, manage the user roles. The Frappe framework and the ERP Next framework is the best whenever it comes to the complexity of user roles. I have used many other also, Bolt, other one, but nothing comes till now to the user role management, what Frappe handles, whether it is field level, whether it is role level permission, whether it is a user level permission. So that's, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Frappe handles it well for us. Then we can manage all the projects and different API keys of different Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and all. So what N8N is doing here then? N8N is an automation platform, as I said. So what it is doing, it is connecting 3 nodes, which is ERP Next, WhatsApp, and the social medias together in a flow. And it manages all the posting through API. And it also manages the routing, like if it is posted, so where to route, if it is not posted, where to route, all of these things. Now, in some time, I'll quickly show the flow of what we have just seen the demo. Now, the main question comes is, how do we connect these layers? Like ERP Next and N8N, how they can connect it? So, they can connect in 3 ways. API, Frappe is again API first, so it can connect, it gives them the ease to connect with any system with very much efficiently. So API is one. ERP Next node, N8N, because of ERP Next so much efficiency and API available, it gives the inbuilt node also, so you can directly use for both self-hosted and cloud-hosted. And then for sending the events, you can use the webhooks. So this is some screenshots which is there. So if you see, in case of API, it's a standard API. If you are using ERP Next node, you get this kind of surface. What you will need is API key, API secrets, the environment, whether you are cloud hosted or self-hosted, then what is the URL or a domain which is hosted in it, and if you are hosting in it in local or domain, do you want to ignore SSL or not? If you have not ignored the SSL, it would create a problem while being into the APIs. Then the webhook, you will get a link. You can define the path yourself, and you can set up the headers to make that it is a secured link. It won't be threatened, and all the securities will be handled. So now this is a flow. I'll quickly walk you through the flow. So if you want this file, it is available in JSON, so you can add it in your ERP Next and init, go to the init, connect your ERP Next, and it works. So what does this flow is doing? This flow is checking if there is new post, if any. If there is a new post, it will send that post to the WhatsApp API. So you can see all these nodes are already into the init, and if the nodes are not there, we are using the APIs to make the flow. So what the first flow is doing is it is checking on every 2 minutes that if there is any new completed in which is not supposed to be approved till now, it is sending them to WhatsApp and updating the status in ERP Next. So now once WhatsApp says that yeah, you receive a reply, so what it is doing is the webhook of WhatsApp is just one. So what it is doing, it is routing that if it is posted right now, so it should be post right now. If it is status is not approved, it should goes and updates the user. If it is approved, again then it updates the status in ERP Next and also informs the user, so that user also knows that flow completed. And it will also tell that if you want to reallocate the flow, the user, then it reallocates and again sends back to the user on the WhatsApp. So this flow might be seeming overwhelming to you right now, but it is just a replication of web API which we have seen in this flow. It is exactly the same. The routing method is here. It is just a 3 boxes, but because we are using ERP Next, social media and WhatsApp, it increases this. But if you see all of the posts, I can showcase this thing. I'll just click on the node. It says that post now. So it is handling the post now feature. So by this defining this, you are just routing it through it and using ERP Next as the main framework. So now yeah, so I think I'll drop this. This is also again open source. I'll drop this in it. So what you are walking through, if I quickly summarize this, that right now you don't need 5 tools. Like maybe you are right now using Hootsuite, HubSpot's posting schedule and all till now. So you can manage entire thing with just an ERP Next and init and setup. Plus you can just get the approval from your leadership just on the WhatsApp. So you don't need to send them email. And the best part is all the WhatsApps which are there is being tracked automatically, whatever the conversation, whatever the feedback. So you can build that predictive analytics over the feedback. So I think that's it. That ERP Next can be work the way it is designed, work very well with N8N. So yeah, your next steps, you can get this flow, identify your manual process and start centralizing the content task inside the ERP Next. Use WhatsApp or even Telegram also you can use for the approvals, and then this can save a manual time. So thank you. That's it from my side today. Thank you so much for listening to me. If you have any questions, so let me know and let me. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Any questions? Yeah, so I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nitya. That was amazing. Next up, we have Safwan. He's the founder of Threads. They are also the creator of Yuri. It's a free and open source POS application for restaurants. He's currently based out of Dubai, and he's here to talk about AI, like reimagining software with AI. Please.
Okay. Cool. I will stand here. Yeah. I'll be helpful. Hello. Good evening. So I'm not talking about AI. It's a little more than that. And after today's morning history class from Rushabh, I'm here to speak about art. Rushabh spoke about grammar and meaning. I'll speak about function and form, right? So one of the this discussion, the whole project actually started in the last conference that happened in Mumbai. I don't know if Rushabh remembers it or if Nikhil is here from Commit Company. You're there, okay. So I actually got a chance to, listen to them have a conversation in last conference, and Rushabh was telling, so Nikhil was confused about how to use AI, and Rushabh was telling him, reimagine everything on a blank slate. How would you build it today if you were going to reimagine it on a blank slate? So I kept asking these questions to all the UX people I know. Because all of you know, if we speak about AI, you can actually imagine how AI would come in any software today. It would be either a sidebar on the right side. It would be a chatbot inside the chat. Right? You have not seen anything very different. Right? ChatGPT came up with a chat window, and then afterwards, everyone, including DeepSeek, came with the chat window, right? And then almost every software have put a sidebar or maybe a small chatbot. No one has really reimagined how we can actually push the legacy limits. So I kept experimenting with that. And if you look at the current way we are thinking about things. So in art classes, you usually say two things. We say about form and then function, right? The form is about how you feel and how you experience and how you, what kind of feeling you are left with after using something, right? Just to give a quick example, a wedding letter, right? The form of the wedding letter would be how aesthetically pleasing that is and how much you would look at it and all those things. And the function would be if you're not able to find where the venue is, when is it happening? So you have seen your parents searching for the venue and date, no? You have a very beautiful multi-page wedding letter, but they cannot find the date or where it's happening. So that's exactly the example of function and form, right? So right now what's happening in the software world, in AI world is like we are focused on functions. People are implementing AI functions, but no one is exploring much on the form part of it, right? So right now we have very advanced AI use cases. We already have AI baked even into ERP Next. We have, Ravan has brought AI so close that you can do a lot of stuff by just using the scripting which is already inside ERP Next. You can actually enable voice-based chats using WebRTC. You can have parallel connections to multiple agents without shifting the tab, without having to lift your finger or even click on your mouse. So I'll quickly show you how it will happen, right? So for example, you could be actually filling a form in the CRM. At the same time, you can actually be talking to an agent, right? You can ask the agent like, hey, can you tell me in the last call with XYZ, what was the budget I told them, right? And the agent can actually speak to you while you are at the form. You don't have to switch the tab or you don't have to go somewhere. And even the agent can maybe fill the form for you, right? Or maybe the agent can edit something for you. You can ask agent questions about how to frame a letter or something. And the possibilities are limitless if you start thinking about it, right? And the agent also can be context aware. It can know like which page you are on, what action can be taken, right? Or you can even ask it to send a message or even pull some information out. And if you look at it from a multi-channel perspective, right? We just had a talk on how WhatsApp and all can be easily integrated. Then it becomes even big. We actually did an experiment and closed a project yesterday using Raven. We did not use the Raven interface. we actually did a quick hack. We connected WhatsApp messages to Raven using a hook. So all the messages that comes from WhatsApp goes to Raven and it just relays it back. So we did not build the AI layer, we just reused it. So these kind of things can be done. So they can just send a WhatsApp message to create a lead and then it would get created, right? So this actually has a continuation problem. So like to what extent can be, so as we start thinking about this, right? Actually Rushab did speak about Ditro, right? In the morning session about the person who wrote encyclopedia. I don't know if you know the second part of that story. He went broke. Detroit went broke. He did not have any more money left. And it is called Detroit effect. So basically he got a very nice gown and then he wanted to have everything as in that level. He wanted to change his study table. He wanted to change his chair that he was sitting on and finally he went broke. So one problem with AI is like every day you get something new, right? You get a multimodal, then you get vision, then you get, so you feel like, okay, let ERP next see us, right? Let's enable camera, let's enable mic. Let us share our desktop to it. So that is one loop we might get stuck in. But I actually have this in action. I'll just quickly show a video. No, I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm going backwards, I guess. Okay, so I think I'll just quickly show how this could happen. So I actually had built a full CRM with all the functionalities and I did a big mistake today morning. I used AI to add a new feature and it completely went broke. So I had to redo this. So this is actually a very quick demo I did today morning. The sound is connected from the PC? Sound comes out? So I have to, the sound is important, it's AI agent, so. But I can put the mic here and. It's mute. One second, I'll just. The output has to be changed. Should work.
Hello. Hello there. How can I brighten your day today?
You can help me to get some things done while I'm working on another lead here.
Absolutely.
New lead for me. Is it audible?
Absolutely. Just provide.
Call with Elon Musk. He needs to implement ERP Next at X. So you can add lead in his name, Elon Musk, and his email ID is elon@x.com, and company is X. Budget and all we can keep 0, and for phone number I don't have his phone number, so maybe you can add 000 something. I have to do some job with the lead with Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook. Can you add the lead for me?
The lead has been added successfully.
That
Would you like to add another? All right. Feel free to ask for help whenever you need. Good luck with your lead.
Yeah, thank you. Also, can you look up the current valuation of whatever you understand about the current valuation of X? It's actually the wrong video. It's fine. We had a better video. It's fine. So what was happening was like I was working on Mark Zuckerberg thing, but I was also talking with the agent behind, and I can actually ask the agent to do all the stuff whichever Raven can connect to. So it can, which basically is every doc type, and which means you can actually send WhatsApp messages. You can create a lead, update a lead. If you have transcripts in Frappe doc type, you can pull it out and ask questions from that and all those things. So we actually had a better UI. I think it's open in the browser. Where is it open? Here? No. Can you? No, this one. No, the previous one.
What?
Yeah, this one. This one. Yeah. 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 it was somewhat something like this. I think the connection is also not working now. So this has a connection to a backend. Okay, good. Okay, so the idea was like from anywhere you could actually bring up the command, and so it's like it's multimodal. So you can chat with it, you can talk to it, you can also use the interfaces. So you can have a parallel track. You can ask one agent to go and prepare a report, and then ask another agent to do something, and one agent can keep talking to you and help you, write whatever you are writing, or create your proposal, or some, maybe if you have a very good agent, it could even do some calculations for you. So it all depends on how far and how deeper you want to integrate. And this is just an experiment, and we don't have an answer here. But the thing is, like, we already have the technology to build better experiences, to think of the form in a more better way. Like, to even if you are someone who has a lot of distraction, it even helps if someone is keeping track of, like making sure you are on the work, you are not getting distracted, right? That's something I would need. So so basically, what we tried to. It's still 5 minutes? Okay. So the whole idea is like, normally you would think of traditional stack something like this, right? You have static UI components, predefined inputs, and fixed layouts. Then you have monolithic servers, fixed APIs, and pre-written business logics, right? So one way to reimagine would be something like this. You can have voice, you can have voice-based NLP, you can have text-based NLP, you can have preset UI, and you can also have dynamically generated UI based on your design system, right? So maybe someone can say, like, can you bring up the invoice on the left and the quotation on the right or something, right? And it could actually do that for you. If you have a design system and component system available, it could actually do it and cache it for you. And then you can have special purpose trained LLMs, which is specifically trained for ERP Next functions or specifically trained for invoicing. And these are very easy to do now. Like, I don't know, any one of you saw the AI generated conversation with Rushabh on LinkedIn? Yeah, just few of them. So that took just 30 seconds to do that, right? To train a voice model just took 30 seconds on Hugging Face free tier. So it has become so easy. You have very small, very tiny models that you can do deploy on the edge. You have models like Phi from Microsoft. You have something called Falcon, which is an edge-based model from Abu Dhabi, TIA, and all those things. So it's all very easy, and they have all the code available out there. You can easily do your basic training and stuff. And then you can have closed sandbox terminals, you can have execution environment for Python, Node.js, and all those things, right? And then data layer can be anything. It can even be other LLMs. It can be other hardware interfaces. It can be mic and all those things. Yeah, so I think that's all I had prepared. So the whole idea is like how we can, break the old models and build something very human-centered. That is like speaking to someone, writing, typing, and so you can have a better experience with the software. You can also do multitask in a better way than just switching tabs. So that it's an exploration. It's not something concrete. And Neha asked me, like, is it open source? So it's just a script. I will share it wherever you want. I just used the OpenAI's example console and did some hack around it. So it's nothing concrete, but it's something to think about, right? Yeah, and if you have any questions, yeah, we can take it, or else I'm done. Huh? And if I have the permission, yes. It's a yes and no. So it's a journey. I went deep into AI and I lost touch with so many things. And I started breaking things. So AI get things done fast in the beginning, in the scaffolding, during the scaffolding of the project, right? It's so easy to get the first MVP out. And then it's so hard to move from there.
Yeah, so in the scheme of things, like, is it net? So I'm saying there is obviously an initial productivity boost that everybody
Correct.
can see, but is there does that productivity boost, and you're saying it leads to like a fall, right? I mean, what?
A big fall.
Yeah, I think even like Rohit said, and even so many people, I think I was talking to Vignesh yesterday, who you see, like, so many now people come and say, oh, this is AI written code, please debug it for me, right? And so there is clearly, after the initial productivity boost, there is a drop.
There's a drop.
And but what is the asymptote? Like, what is the long term? Have you like genuinely feel that after this whole wobble, like you are more productive? Like,
I think this is a trick question, right? He's like testing me right now. Yeah. I'll just answer this and come to you. So my experience has been balanced. Like I don't anymore generate the first version of the code using AI if it's a serious project. If it's a prototype, I do that a lot. I use local storage and create old stuff and show them the actual product and then build it on Frappe or whatever, right? But now you write your own code, you do your own component structures and your own API management and all those things. You choose your own state management, whatever you want to use. And then you put that in editor like Cursor or something, and you do very, very isolated categorical edits. So you have your standards, you have said what libraries you will use, what is your coding standard. And then sometime for example, let's say you have the lead list view. I want to create a contact list view. I'm using the same component, same thing, only the fields are changing. And that's very super productive. Like you can just replicate it and it's just a repetitive job.
No, but what did this thing go into production like that? The thing you said, the lead view or whatever. Did it go into production?
No, we don't have any software for the record, any software fully AI developed in production right now.
So, I mean, so it's questionable, right? I mean, right now,
yes.
What we are seeing is could be a mirage, could be a full illusion that there is a productivity boost, but the moment you jump into it, like you are in like deep trouble.
Yeah, you build a product that you don't understand and you cannot maintain. Right now, that's the state. So even if you let your developer go ahead and develop something completely with Bolt, V0, and all these things, you can't even go back to them and ask what happened. Where did you write that function? They don't know. And they might have used some state management they have never seen in their life. What is that? He might know from Nikhil. Zustand? What is that? Zustand. I never heard that. And actually that broke my CRM today morning. It suddenly decided it is going to change the statement from use context to Zustand because it gets complex. It actually tried to rewrite the whole state management while I just wanted to add one feature. So that happens a lot. It's the most popular. So use context is the default easy to manage thing that comes with React. So it's easy to manage within the code if it's a small application. So yeah, you were asking something. Yeah. No, he was asking something.
Yeah. So maybe feeding might be an issue, but is it possible like we can train it to like our team can just ask, send us the outstanding of so-and-so client or send a general ledger for a particular vendor. Can it do that?
It can already do with Raven. It's already there.
So with the voice?
Right. It can read, if I write a server script, it can already do that, right? Yeah.
So without opening the Raven app, we go to the ERP next and we say something? Okay. Yeah. I'm talking about
this
voice.
Is OpenAI real time. No, that is just one layer on top of it. Voice is just one layer.
Okay.
But if you are technical
I think that
enough,
can
you
really
can deploy
help us
it.
because if you have to take out general, we have to like every time feed in the date, from to select the customer type, supply type, then the customer codes. So we have to at least put like 6-7 fields before we can get to a ledger. Instead of that, if you can just put in a command with a voice. Okay. Okay. Got it.
It's a different
That is
different
what I meant,
interface.
you can just autofill. So okay, we'll try to use that. Got it. Thanks.
We're done. The video? No. entertainment as an entertainment, right? I think I'll just go to. Second sound I got to do this.
Hello, Rishabh. Thank you for joining this call in short notice.
Hi, no problem. It's my pleasure to be here.
What is your thought on random people cloning your voice and using it online? Do you feel it dystopian?
Like anything, I think this is a bubble. Many people have nothing good to do. They are bored. People who are willing to outsource their speaking, to an AI tutor will eventually forget how to speak at some point.
Good point. In ERP Next, do you see any chance of voice-based agent taking any role as this technology become more common?
We think this is a fad. In Frappe, we are focused on doing real stuff. We let the bubble its job.
So this is completely freely available online, like all of it, the code, the model, everything's free and it's MIT license, so you can commercialize it as well. That's it, no? Thank you.
Thank you, Safwan. That talk definitely is going to start a lot of discussions after this. But for our last talk, we have Devarshi and Neeraj from RT Camp for a demo of Frappe Appointment.
So hi everyone, good evening. First of all, before I start, I would like to have a round of applause for Frappe team to arrange this amazing event. So let's have a clap. So my name is Devarshi and I am engineering manager at RT Camp. I take care of all the performance, all the crucial migrations that we do, and I work with an amazing team of 12 folks who includes a project manager and React and Frappe ERP Next developers. So we have built a tool that is Calendly alternative that you can say built with Frappe, and the front end is built with React that you can integrate with seamlessly on any of the other apps that you are using, probably CRM or HRMS or whatever you want. We are using it for CRM and HRMS. We have integration so that whenever a client wants or we want to have a call with a client, we just click a button on the back end, it sends an email with our scheduler link, calls get scheduled, and it just works for us. Similarly for HRMS, the clients are doing all the stuff. For HRMS, we schedule the interviews with the same application that we have built. A little bit about RT Camp. We are WordPress agency primarily. We focus on WordPress-based solution, and we work with Fortune 500 clients. That includes Google, Al Jazeera, Penske Media Corporation, News UK, Automatic, and all of them. We recently got our Frappe partnership as well, and we are WordPress VIP agency. That is equivalent of Frappe, what we have, and for WordPress. Next slide, please. Thank you. So yes, let's get into a quick demo of Frappe Appointment. We are not going to show the setup or anything because the setup video has already been recorded with built with Hussein, so you can go to the channel. The link will be shared at the end of the slide. So let's get into it. It's an actual production demo that we just recorded like an hour ago. So yeah. I'd like to introduce Neeraj here. So here we go.
Hello everyone, I'm Neeraj Gautam and I work at RT Camp as a senior software engineer. My day-to-day work involves majorly working on SaaS products as well as ERP customization, reportings, and other stuffs also. So today we have Frappe appointments demo that I will be showing. Yep. So yeah, this is me. This is my ERP account. So you can just go to your profile and set up your availability for appointment scheduling. So as you can see, here is the action button, and there is action to set up your availability. And when you click on it, you will be redirected to this doc type. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you will be redirected to this doc type where you can set up your availability, and there is an option to whether you want to enable your personal meeting setups or not, and then you can set up a meeting provider, whether you want it on the Zoom or Google Calendar, Google Meets, or the response template that will be sent to the schedulee, and then there is a slug also, and there are more other options to set up. And then here I just had added one duration for my scheduling, keeping the duration for 1 hour, and then minimum buffer time for 1 hour also.
So all of these things are covered already in detail in the video that we are going to, that has already been recording with Build with Hussein. So yes.
So this will be the page that the user will land to whenever they copy this link. I can share this link with anyone. It just allow everyone, and then they will land it at this page. They can easily schedule a meeting based on the duration that I have set up here. And I'll just select one Frappe Build. It will directly fetch the available slot from my Google Calendar, because I've already authenticated my Google Calendar. So it will fetch from there and show the available slots. User can book. So at this moment, the recording is happening. Devarshi is scheduling a meeting with me. So this will directly reflected on my Google Calendar here. Just wait for a few seconds. So here is a schedule event that Devarshi has scheduled with me. You can see Devarshi Satya is there, and the same email will be triggered to the Devarshi also here that you have scheduled a meeting, and invitation will be sent to him. He can accept, and both the calendar will be blocked for the meeting. Yeah. So, and this is for the external user, what he or she sees at the UI.
So this is actually me blocking Neeraj's calendar for the event, for the call itself.
So there is also option to add the guest. So not just Devarshi, and he can also add more people to this meeting, and they will also get the invites for the meeting as well. And as you can see, as he schedule a meeting, there will be a pop-up, and Google Meet link will also be shared with the user.
And at the same time, this is my calendar, and you can see that this both of the meetings have been scheduled. You can set up a template in the email template so that whatever email that you want to send to the external user, once the call is scheduled, you can do it right from the Frappe backend.
Moving forward, apart from this, we also have Frappe Comment XT. It is enhancement to the comment within the Frappe framework. So it lets us do the private commenting within the Frappe. So as you know, within the Frappe, whenever you go to any doc and you comment on the doc, anyone who has the access to that doc will be able to see that comments. So with this app, we allow only tagged members or private messages to be viewed by the allowed members on that doc. It is like whether you have the permission, but if I have tagged you in that doc, then you will be able to view that comment on the doc. And yeah. Yeah. So next, we also have threads in the comments also. So currently, it is like all lined up in the same vertical manner, but now we can also group them. So we can just reply on that particular comment, and then it will be threaded to that particular layer. So yeah, you can see the demo, like we have threading here. So next, we also have a Slack connector app. So basically what it does is connect Slack to our ERP instance, where we can send some command from our Slack to ERP to generate a application, leave application. Manager can reject or approve that leave application. And also it generates the daily reminder to the employee that you have not submitted your timesheets or your leave has been approved or rejects. So all of these three apps that we have we have seen here, all of them are open source and also available on the Frappe clouds. So here is a screen. And yeah, thank you.
You can scan the QR code for the links. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. Any questions?
Yes. So do you have that as well, or will it just do a conflict?
Yes, it does calculate about everything, no matter what kind of event you have. It will take care of all of those things, and based on that, it will show the slot. And I guess we also have implemented a feature where, like, let's say you are selecting some, setting up your calendar and all of those things. And let's say you don't have any slots available within next 10 days. Like, let's say you want to constrict the user to, have to schedule a call within the 10 days only, but you don't have any available slots. Then it automatically shows you a message as well that you don't have enough slots available. So that that is a good user experience for you as well to, let you know in front.
But let's say I have another meeting, not via this app, right? Another meeting on my calendar, so it won't.
No, it won't be conflicted. So it will all the events that you have on your calendar will be fetched, and then it will be run through an algorithm, and buffer time and everything will be included before showing the slots.
Cool.
Hi. Can it work without Google Calendar? Like, can it use Frappe's event? And if I don't need a calendar, like, I'll give you an example. Like, we are actively moving people out of Gmail. For example, if you have help desk and CRM, they don't need an email account anymore, right? But they will need appointments. Can we manage appointment just within Frappe without using any external calendar tools?
Currently, we have Zoom integration.
That's again third party.
Yeah. So let's say you don't want to use any kind of other calendars, other third party. You just want to use Frappe calendar itself, right?
Just
that is the question.
Frappe doc type or whatever.
I don't think so. That is there as of now. We built it like from the requirements that came while we are implementing the ERP Next or Frappe-based solutions for ourselves.
Got it.
But we are happy to like do it this if a lot of people are asking for this. And this app is also open. You can fork it or you can raise a PR to modify this. But I think so. Like if you provide the inputs only to the methods that is calculating the time and everything, it should work.
Should be, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Frappe Manager. Frappe Manager. Frappe Manager is doing great. It's working out very nicely for us as of now. Like our local systems, we are using Frappe Managers, and servers are also, on servers we are also using Frappe Manager itself. No, we don't get a lot of PRs and all of those things. People usually do a lot of this feature request and all, but right now we are not, like going super duper into it as of now, because like the priority is getting ourselves to the Frappe, on the Frappe ERP Next itself. And then we'll be, like it is at a level where one can comfortably use it, but not something extremely great, or not like Frappe Crowd, what I can say. Yeah.
I have one question. So you mentioned about availability being defined by the end user, right? Now there are specific cases where, especially for senior executives, there will be a EA or an executive assistant handling their calendar. So does it support like scheduling or defining availability for your manager, or let's say your CXO who is actually being made available?
So basically, let's say like in our case, Neeraj wants to set up my availability, kind of like that?
No, what I meant to say is like, let's say you're the CEO of the company and you have an executive assistant who handles your calendar. Right now, what you showed where I, as a CEO, have to go and define my availability, but in most of the cases, there's a EA taking care of my calendar and managing all of that. So can I do it on somebody else's behalf, or I have to go to my user page and only define the availability?
Once the Google credentials and everything is set, you can give another user permission to edit that specific
okay, so
doc.
based on the
with
Frappe
permissions,
role,
you can
it should
do
be
it.
doable.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
Got it. Thanks.
All right. I think we are done. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. That was our last scheduled talk for today. So I'm sure you heard all the talks. They were really insightful, but I'm sure there are a lot of people sitting over here who have worked on either Frappe or something in open source, and didn't get an opportunity to speak up. So now we are going to have open mic session. Any one of you wants to share anything, your journey, your experience with Frappe, or anything, if you have any feedback or something, the mic is open. Feel free to come on the stage and share. Oh, we have someone.
So first of all, I thank for giving me the opportunity to share my experience. So initially, I'm basically from teaching community. So I am working as a professor in mechanical engineering department in National Engineering College, Kovilpatti. So initially, we have started with the Moodle learning management system. We successfully configure before lockdown. So during the pandemic period, we need to take into load balancing concept. So before lockdown, we have configured in a single 8 GB RAM machine, so that not capable to handle all the concurrency. So for that, we took 2 months, and then we load balancing setup, and then we successfully configure, and we are conducting online end semester examinations through that Moodle platform. So after that, we came to know that ERP Next is suitable for HRMS model as well as education model. So initially, I used to interest to looking after education model, but unfortunately, we have already existing commercial ERP. So that's not helpful to handle our day-to-day activities. So after we came to know that ERP Next is a separate HRMS model we have, now we are successfully configuring ERP model for HRMS. We have 14 biometric devices. We collect the employee check-in from 14 devices to and we have a API which is connected to our ERP Nixtum. We have an automatic attendance system. We have a number of shifting system. We have that shift for security, our faculty and other technical technicians we have. Now we are comfortably running on HRMS system, including salary structure and payment and payroll entry we have successfully generated. I thank sir for providing this very good platform for making this very comfortable for us. And now we are, for the past 6 months, we are working in educational model. Now we are looking after students, that applicant and then student attendance and then student leave and then grading period and all. We are looking after that one. That might be next module we are going to launch for higher semesters also. So in this junction, I used to share my experience towards this one. Right. Do you have any queries regarding HRMS or any biometric attendance system you have to interconnected with the ERP system? We have a check-in immediately. We can get the data from biometric devices and which is connected to a ERP Next system. Within the 3 minutes of time, we can get our check-in. Based on the check-in only, we have automatic attendance system we have configured. Based on the shifting time from morning 8 o'clock to evening 5:30, we are specifying how much hours which is for person and how much hours we need to specify for half a day. And then we configure a notification also. If they are absent, there is no check-in, that automatically absent notification sent to each employee for applying leave, then it will consider as a present. So based on that, we have generated the month end. We have a separate salary structure we configured with each and every employee. At the end of the month, we have to generate payroll entry. It is automatically sent to the salary slip to all the employee. And we have write a SQL report for generating various purposes. In that way, we are moving towards to ERP Next product. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always good to hear successful customer stories. Anyone else wants to share anything? Okay. Come on, guys. No one? Yeah, maybe everybody is tired or overloaded with information. I don't know what it is. The old members of the community, anyone? Nikhil? Basav, Abhishek? I'm just taking random names, people I know. Oh, Meena is there, okay. Next person, be ready.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure about it, but there was a brief interaction happened today between our team and Saqib. We have built like a very simple application related to report building, and the guys were very in doubt, is it worth sharing or not? I think what intrigued me to come here when Parth said, please come share out what you have in mind. So when we discussed what we have developed with Saqib, he told us that it makes sense actually, and he was thinking about making it as a feature in Insights and so forth. I believe that we need to push this conversation more and more, even from the developers in the service businesses, giving you guys, the cool kids, building cool apps in the Frappe labs, more insights on what we are seeing on the front line, so that the products gets more adopted at the end of the day. So hopefully maybe we can do a flash talk about it tomorrow, but I think it, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Meena. Okay. Who is going next? Oh, Nikhil, you are going. You will connect your laptop?
Yeah.
This Mac is not.
I have HDMI. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a new one.
It won't work, right?
Is it on browser?
Yeah, it's on the browser, yeah.
Then can you log in incognito maybe?
Yeah, I can log.
You can log into incognito if possible.
I don't remember my password, but yeah. audible now? Okay, I'm just going to show a few AI features because talk of the town, whatever. And I'm going to change this to light mode because it looks better there. Why does it look so ugly over here? Okay. Yeah, so we have a few, AI integrations, right? Or I would say an AI integration builder on Raven. What we have been doing since we got here to Bangalore is that whenever any one of our team members takes a cab or something, right? We take a receipt of the Uber cab, right? And just on our mobile, just share it to the Expenso bot, right? And then it creates an expense claim within the system. I don't know how visible it is. Better, uglier, yeah. Okay, yeah, anyway. So, I mean, we just send it, forget about it, right? It creates an expense claim, and then as we take more and more cab rides, we just keep sending it on that same thread again and again. And it keeps updating that expense claim. All of these fields that you see for each expense claim, the preview that you see, right? These are all customizable, right? So you can go into the backend and in document previews, just select expense claim, right? And select the fields that you want to see in your preview. Internally, this is actually using the in preview checkbox that you have in customized form. So it's just adding and removing property setters from fields. So this is one thing. The other thing is that when other team members send, file expense claims, I eventually have to approve them someday. So I get notified we don't have email alerts. We don't use email. I don't like to, spam my email inbox. So on the finance channel, whenever a team member, sends whenever someone creates an expense claim or applies for a leave, we get a message on the finance channel. This is not AI. This is just a regular document notification, right? So we have, things set up for expense claim and salary slip. So a salary slip is submitted. We don't send it out in emails. We just send it to the employee directly on Raven. Expense claim is created. We get it. Expense claim is approved. Whether approved or rejected, whatever it is, we send it. So again, this is like simple, to set up. You can have Jinja. One thing that is better than the default Frappe notification doc type is that in your recipients, so for example, if you were looking at expense claim only has an employee field. It doesn't have a user field, right? And so you cannot configure this directly during, using the notification doc type because it always requires a user field. In our case, you can select Jinja. And so we get from the employee, we get the user ID and it sends a direct message to that user. So there are things like that you can do over here. The agent that I showed you, so we have this Expenso bot. We showed this at Frappeverse as well. But again, setting it up is very simple. You just check is AI agent, give it a bunch of tools. We have permissions baked in, so the user who is requesting whatever permission that user has, the AI bot also has the same permission. So if they are requesting certain data or if they are writing certain data, they can only do within the bounds of that user's permissions. Anyway, so we have these and then you put in instructions. And this is also a really cool feature wherein your instruction can actually have Jinja templates. So per employee, the instruction to the bot is changed, right? So if I send the bot, an image of a Uber ride, right? It will know that my employee ID is this and today's date is this. And so you can look at a preview over here. So yeah. Like the username is this and the employee ID is this, and so it knows exactly what parameters to autofill when making its requests. The requests are nothing but functions like this one, create expense claim. So you go to create expense claim. Again, you can just set all the fields that you wanted to fill, including child tables. You can have certain fields that you do not want the AI to fill. You want the software to fill itself. You can set that as do not ask AI. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, that's all you need to set up AI agents. Disclaimer here,
I don't think that this is the best UX that we can get. I think that we can get the best in terms of like building these agents to do tasks. But in terms of like, I mean, for expense claim, it works really well. You just send a message. But I'm sort of working on a new, accounting bank reconciliation tool. And I'm thinking of ways how AI could help you, while you're using the product, right? So it sort of blends in the interface, and it's not a chat thing at all, but it's using the same, fundamentals of building these functions. The really nice thing about Frappe is that everything's a JSON, everything's a doc type, and so building these things actually are pretty simple. So that's it. I guess that's it. Yeah. Which one? Yeah.
You want to take questions?
I mean, I found a use case. So just last week, someone sent me an email. So what they do is that they get invoices from their from their suppliers, right? And they get these invoices. They need to match it to the purchase orders. So someone actually has to manually go through each PDF invoice and match it with the purchase order. What they wanted us to do was not only verify the items in the existing purchase order, but using the make map doc function, create a purchase invoice from said purchase order, right? I told them that it's better to let AI do some proofreading, right? Okay, does this purchase order exist in the system? Are the items correct? Are the quantities correct? And set a flag, and then have a scheduler that can, convert the purchase order to the invoice. Because it's all about, what is deterministic, what is not deterministic. A purchase order to purchase invoice creation is deterministic in ERP Next. So do not let AI do that. So, I mean, there are use cases, but if someone else has some crazy use case, I'm all ears.
You want to take questions?
Yeah, if there are any.
Hello. If there are any questions, you can ask. I guess no questions. Thanks. Okay, anyone else wants to go next? We still have time. I guess not. Oh yeah, sure.
Hi everyone, my name is Anup. I work for a studio called Bot VFX. We are primarily into visual effects for movies. We're primarily a creative studio, so not a software company, but we do have a sizable team of around 30-35 developers. So I primarily handle the technology overall global operations, including IT as well as software development. So I just wanted to share our journey incorporating Frappe into our ecosystem. So it started off as a journey to discover whether we can have a solution for our IT procurement, which is basically we do a lot of hardware purchases, also a lot of inventory management. And after looking at a couple of solutions in the market, we stumbled across Frappe, and primarily was driven by one of the talks from Dr. Kailash Nath from Zerodha. So that's what got me into discovering Frappe at the first place. And we started around 2024 March, April period. That's when we thought like we'll do a proof of concept. So without any software developers, we had two of the IT engineers take this up as a side project, and that is how it started. And fast forward to around September, October is when we had our first implementation of it. And people who were involved, all the stakeholders who were in the process really liked the product. And then we felt like, okay, we need to take the next step, which was basically solving our help desk equation. So the problem statement that in front of us was the CSAT part of it. So all of you know that like whenever you raise a ticket to any platform, let's say your phone company or let's say your broadband, right? You have tickets to handle, and sometimes you're satisfied, sometimes you're not, and you always get a notification about filling your how the ticket's feedback was. And most of us dread it primarily because of the fact that it's the worst part of the process that we don't want to get into, because our job is done, we got the solution, we don't want to again get into the process of filling the CSAT. So when we started, we were at a single-digit CSAT, so we were handling tickets or IT tickets close to 500 to 600 tickets per week in a fortnightly order. and the numbers were around 8%, 9%. CSAT, most people did not want to fill it. And we were looking at, okay, how do we, either we build it or we look at a solution, and that's when we ran into the help desk platform from Frappe. So we had a good help from the team as well on the Telegram channel, and we did a development for around close to 4 to 5 months. And in Jan, the first week of Jan is when we deployed it studio-wide. And fast forward to today, those numbers which were 8, 9%, 6% jumped all the way to 80 plus. So Feb and March, we had CSAT scores coming all the way going up from 80% plus. So the reason why I'm highlighting here is that the major areas why it succeeded, one was to do with the fact that it was a frictionless environment. The previous system that we used was highly cluttered. It had the UX, which was maybe 2 decades older, but the fact that it was a cost-effective option led it to us choosing that as an option. But fast forward to looking at Frappe Help Desk, we have been able to kind of change the number game altogether. But also, we were able to integrate it with Mattermost, one of the chat platforms that we use internally. And we have been able to increase the engagement where people can actually reply to tickets, get their tickets closed as well as resolved as part of that. So where are we headed next? We are looking at having all the IT asset management, which is a larger portion of our day-to-day operations, to be brought under Frappe as well. And I'm also taking this opportunity to kind of do a shameless plug to see whether we can find some developers. We are looking for our first in-house Frappe developer who will be full-time for us to have continued development, because as I mentioned, it was a side project till now, but we want to take it more full-on as a bigger commitment. So if any of you are looking for an opportunity, please reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to have a conversation about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who is going next? Okay, Basavaraj.
Hi everyone. I'm Basavaraj. So I've been active with the ERP Next community for a few years now. So just wanted to share a thought with all of you. I'm really happy to see such large number of people here in Bangalore. I remember my first ERP Next community, the meetup that I organized in Selco back in the days. So I would like to share that while more and more companies are already coming into Frappe and ERP Next ecosystem, while there's a lot of code being written and more products are coming out, I think we also need to evangelize a bit more. I myself have converted 2 of my own family members into ERP Next consultants. My wife and my sister both had no background in ERP, and they both are ERP Next consultants now. So whenever I find an opportunity, I always bring up ERP Next. A family friend of mine runs a manufacturing company, and I told him about ERP Next, and now they are on Frappe Cloud, they are using ERP Next. So while all these events are great, while we continue to attract more and more developers into the ecosystem, I think especially those of us who don't write code, I think we need to bring more of our network, pull them into the Frappeverse. And I myself write a lot on LinkedIn. I also write some blogs. I talk about ERP Next whenever there's an opportunity. I request more of you to do the same, because there are people who have not heard of ERP Next yet. And I think it's those of us who already know, we should bring more and more of our friends and family and networks into Frappeverse. So I request all of you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Basavaraj. Good that you're bringing new people to the community as well. And that's how communities spread, right? You bring 3, they'll bring another 3. I forgot which movie is that is from, but yeah. Anyways, we can take a couple of more. If anyone wants to take the mic, floor is yours. Rushav, you want to go? Yeah, we can.
You want to do group photo today? Okay, so we'll all gather for the group photo. before that, I have nothing to add. I think I was very reluctant to come to Bangalore and for this event, and like somehow I'm always reluctant to go to events, but I really enjoyed today. And big thank you to everybody who presented. Amazing demos, amazing talks today. I am always surprised, like even after so many years, I'm inspired by seeing talks by my colleagues. So that's a good place to be in. And yeah, that's it. And yeah, I mean, everything just worked well today, so it was a good day. Thanks. Maybe we can all come for a group photo. Yeah. How should we do it? On the stage? I think we'll fit on the stage, right? No? Okay. Then maybe let's fill up all the seats in the front at least. And maybe we can turn the lights on the audience. Those who are at the back can come in the front, like last, so that we can get a photo. And I think on the sides as well. So I think those who are on the extreme sides can come in the... Audience, lights on the audience. You can switch off this. किधर lights on the audience, not the stage. You can switch off the stage lights. I think people can, there are a lot of empty seats, so maybe the corners because the photo ke liye. Fill up the space again. There is the stage lights are. But you can, yeah, I think first. Fill up the people with AI. Come, I'm go back. You should come. Thank you. Dinner is dinner is in how much time? So dinner will be at 7. So maybe we can hang out for a bit and then have dinner.
Two halls. And the dinner will be served at 7.